Let me tell you a Halloween story. Actually, two of them, both contributing to my writing career and eventual YouTube channels decades later. When I was a little kid in the early 1980s, my father was a military contractor and field engineer. That work required frequent travel and frequent moves, so I was sort of a contractor counterpart to a military brat. As you know, I have a keen interest in meteorites, and here's how that happened. When I was about 6 or 7, would have been around 1981 or 82, I was with my dad on a friend's property located in an odd little town located about an hour north of St. Louis in rural Missouri, my home state. This town is ironically named Louisiana, Missouri, and has all sorts of odd phenomena surrounding it. As a skeptic and science-minded person, I take them with a grain of salt, but stories exist of Momo, the Missouri Monster, a kind of Bigfoot or wild man that a local sheriff once tried to corner on a hill with his officers long ago, only to close in and find nothing. There were also stories of cattle mutilations, haunted houses, and tales of how the Native Americans avoided the area because they felt it was cursed. Take that as you will, but to a 7-year-old, these accounts were spooky. This story, however, is all too scientific, one that haunts me to this day. It was after midnight, the stars blazing overhead in the days before St. Louis's growing sky glow started drowning them out. The men were spotting raccoons with high-powered flashlights, a sort of precursor to hunting them, though I never actually remember anyone actually doing that. Rather, I think it was just a fun activity of going out in the middle of the night, spotting nocturnal wildlife. My dad's friend Charlie told a story that's captivated me ever since. He was walking on the shore of a pond on the property and noticed a large black rock that hadn't been there the day before. He told of taking a hammer to it and breaking a piece off, suggesting it was stone rather than iron, and taking it to a local shop owner that knew something of science. They concluded that it was a meteorite. This blew my then young mind, the idea that a rock could fall from outer space. It seemed mysterious and not of this earth, but from somewhere else. This at a time when I was being exposed to movies, such as the original film version of War of the Worlds, where an object of this nature falls to the ground, only to herald our destruction at the hands of aliens until the bacteria save us. This has stayed with me all these years because if it was a meteorite, it was never investigated and is not in any of the literature. Thusly, somewhere in rural Pike County, Missouri, there lies a meteorite sitting on the shore of a pond forgotten after being discovered over 40 years ago. My dad died a few years ago, sadly, but he did live long enough to see my erstwhile success on YouTube and was an avid watcher of the channels. He once said to me, "People sure like your voice," to which I replied, "Yeah, some do, but that it wasn't something of my doing." To which he replied, "You're welcome." But herein is the second story, and this is the original root of my interest in alien life and the Fermi Paradox. As a contractor, my dad had many military friends and contacts. At the time, would have been around 1985 in Nevada, not far from Area 51, when I was around 10, my parents had guests for dinner related to my dad's work. While they were in civilian dress, I had seen some of them before, festooned with military brass. My dad many years later telling me that they were colonels and generals. I don't remember much of the dinner conversation except one key point. Amid the cigar smoke and after-dinner drinks, there was a hushed conversation about rumors of the recovery of an object of alien origin in New Mexico many years before. Just rumors being passed around, but again, my imagination was captivated with something that was once again from another world. But not merely a rock this time, but a purported piece of bona fide alien technology. The subjects I cover today were thus born, and a lifetime fascination with the question of, are we alone? Fast forward to today. By far the most common question I get in my comments sections here and at Event Horizon is people asking what exactly is my take on the UAP UFO phenomenon. This is closely followed by often angry comments that I'm ignoring the subject, and when I do sheepishly approach it in videos, also come comments that I should pay it no mind and there is no proof. The former is actually correct. I tend to avoid the topic because even though I'm interested and follow the study of it, I simply don't know what it is after all these years. Remember, the word unidentified is ever present here. and I'd be remiss if I didn't openly state that there was a taboo on it that's been lessened of late, which is a good thing. But it would be silly if I sat around endlessly speculating about alien life on YouTube without addressing the UFO subject directly. After all, it would be beyond silly if I ignored the possibility of close alien life. That's just a recipe for how you can miss something important. Now, I should first preface this with a statement. I'm a skeptic at a certain level, but I'm also open-minded, and my mind can be changed. I don't need extraordinary evidence. I merely need good evidence. We don't yet have that with the UFO phenomenon. We have accounts, but word-of-mouth accounts aren't very actionable scientifically. They can tell you that something's going on that you should look into, and maybe where to look, but usually not much else, particularly in regards to the material nature of the phenomenon. What I will tell you is this. I have seen enough to say that there's something here, and it should be looked into rigorously by science. Where I am not a skeptic, however, is in if you've seen a UFO, I'm inclined to believe you. I have no doubt people see strange things in the sky that they can't readily explain. And admittedly, in 35 years of amateur astronomy, I have seen a few such things myself. For me, though, strange lights in the sky do not lead me to the conclusion that I'm seeing aliens. And I'll get to that. It's a worse problem than you think, than merely raw skepticism. There is also the problem that whatever it is, it could be weirder than aliens. Likewise, when the US Navy pilots present that they saw a UAP, as in the famous Nimitz encounter, I tend to take their word for it. They are trained in aircraft recognition, as well as trained to use the instruments detecting the object, and are best qualified to tell me that they saw something unidentified, just as much as if they were to say they saw an aircraft of another nation state while on a patrol mission. So yes, people see strange things in the sky. Sometimes they are misidentifications, sometimes hoaxes, but sometimes they're truly unexplained and may represent something potentially earth-shakingly important. The discovery of the presence of an alien civilization in our solar system would be the most titanic discovery in human history. That can't be understated, as it completely changes and even defines our place in the universe. If it's weirder than aliens, it would change all paradigms we have in our understanding of our existence. The subject is worth a serious look. And it's happening. Harvard's Galileo Project, headed by Avi Loeb and an all-star team of credible mainstream scientists, have decided to take a fresh look and try to collect actionable data on the UFO UAP phenomenon. NASA has also assembled a panel of scientists to look into the matter, and also the Pentagon, along with a project by the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics led by Ryan Graves, a U.S. Navy pilot that saw a UAP on duty from an aircraft, and planetary scientist Dr. Ravi Kopparapu, and others. Top scientists are now actively looking into UAP from multiple angles. But here's where this gets weird. This has all happened before. And the ultimate conclusions were very strange indeed. Now, many of you familiar with this subject know about Project Blue Book, a half-hearted U.S. government attempt to probe the phenomenon that was more out to debunk than to take a serious, honest look. It in itself replaced previous investigations post-World War II. The chief scientist of Blue Book was Dr. J. Allen Hynek, an astronomer at Northwestern University. He was famous during his tenure in Project Blue Book to have dismissed a multiple witness UFO sighting as swamp gas, which was silly even from a skeptical point of view. He later, after much more study privately after the project ended, concluded that there was something to the UFO phenomenon. His ultimate conclusions were somewhat surprising. More on that in a bit. So let me spin a yarn of 4 accredited scientists that looked into the UFO phenomenon in the past before our current crop of scientists got into the game. The first was Dr. Donald Menzel, an astrophysicist at Harvard that held the astronomy department chair in the 1940s, that decades later would be held by none other than Avi Loeb. Dr. Menzel is interesting in that he actually saw a UFO, or what he thought was one, before identifying it as natural. His conclusions at the end of his period of study were that the accounts he saw were all due to misinterpretations of natural phenomena, but with a caveat. He was also haunted by a suspicion that there may be something about our atmosphere that we do not currently have an understanding of. Two other scientists were again Dr. J. Allen Hynek and his associate, astronomer and information scientist Dr. Jacques Vallée. They looked deeply into it, and Dr. Vallée still does, and their conclusion was that the phenomenon actually appears to be too broad for merely an alien explanation. I've seen why. Looking at accounts, sometimes the UFO or UAP behave irrationally, such as dumping large amounts of molten metal, as happened in several cases. And yes, samples exist, but seem to be of earthly isotopic makeup. Or zipping around aimlessly with no clear purpose other than to apparently violate the laws of physics. All too often there is some component of irrationality to the phenomenon, and quite frankly, one does not cross vast distances of space by being irrational. The fourth scientist is the most surprising. It was atmospheric scientist Dr. James E. McDonald. Dr. McDonald was probably the most qualified scientist ever to look into the UFO phenomenon. You'd normally think it's the astronomers, but in reality, astronomers study natural phenomena in the universe. They are looking at the composition of stars, the behavior of galaxies, and the beginnings of the universe. Something in the atmosphere is not really their bag, though there is a healthy subset within astronomy doing SETI. You don't find alien life if you don't look everywhere it could be. The atmosphere was Dr. McDonald's specialty, however. His main field was the study of cloud formation, and anything going on in the atmosphere is of interest in his specialization. That's how discoveries are made. But after many years of studying the phenomenon, his conclusion was that the alien origin hypothesis for UFOs was the least worst one. In other words, he leaned towards aliens. And again, it is in principle possible that whatever this is, it could be even stranger than aliens. Dr. McDonald paid a very heavy price for his interest in UFOs. A prominent and very vocal arch skeptic at the time did everything he could to ruin Dr. McDonald, including getting his cloud research funding canceled. Ultimately, McDonald's wife divorced him as his career was going down in flames after a congressional testimony where he was painted publicly as a UFO kook by a congressman with a vested interest in what McDonald was testifying against. And he ultimately committed suicide. Such was the bizarre stigma and taboo associated with this topic. Simply asking the question of whether the reports reflect something real and not understood, and then entertaining an alien hypothesis as a possibility, used to get you ruined in the scientific community. That wasn't actual skepticism, which is just doubting the truth of something. Oddly enough, the very same self-proclaimed skeptic was known for a claim that all UFOs were plasmas or ball lightning. Today we know this is not the case, and does not explain all reports, especially when there is radar and instrument data associated with it. Make of that what you will. So here is the big question. Could it be possible for the UAP or UFOs, at least in some incidences, to be of alien origin? The answer is a very simple yes. The notion does not violate the laws of physics. This question has been stymied in the stigma, unfortunately, with many claiming that the notion is implausible and space is too vast for aliens to be here, or it's too hard to get here, etc. This is an error. It's fully plausible that an alien civilization could be in the solar system, and there are several ways for that to happen, all while staying within known science. This is where we get into the Fermi Paradox. As I've said many times on this channel, the thinking is that the galaxy is very old, and was capable of supporting life and civilizations billions of years before Earth formed. Since the galaxy is only 100,000 light years across, any civilization that arose and became technological and spacefaring could have populated the galaxy with their presence within just a few million years. So Enrico Fermi asked, where are they? As in, they should be expected to be present, both near and far. And then there is the time question. It's actually not so much the great distances of interstellar space, it's really the vastness of time that's the problem. Relativistic time dilation lets you cross vast distances of space within a short period of time within your frame of reference. You just have to not care that you're also traveling rapidly into the future. Aliens or alien machines may not care, meaning this is an anthropocentric bias. Maybe high relativistic speeds are just a fact of life, and don't matter in the context of whatever the alien's objective may be. So there are two ways for the UAP to plausibly be of alien origin. Another, however, is the idea of passing star systems. The Sun has encountered thousands of stars in its history that passed within the Oort cloud. If one of them was inhabited, then nothing says they didn't position a probe in the star system, a kind of 3D printer that prints out customized probes to study Earth. If one dips into the atmosphere and someone sees it, then there's your UFO of alien origin. Such a probe, if sophisticated enough, could conceivably print out biological aliens. A close alien presence is not implausible, and may even be something we should expect to see. As to the possibility of UFOs, we're at a point now where we can say that they exist. We have Barack Obama and several other former US presidents saying there's something to it. We have a bipartisan probe in Congress pursuing the matter, as well as a newly assembled panel at NASA. A report from the Pentagon stating that they see things they can't identify. Multiple governments known to have looked or are looking into UAP include the United States, France, Russia, Australia, Britain, Canada, and others. We even have two former senators, Harry Reid and Barry Goldwater, decades apart, claiming that the US government has a downed UAP. That's a bit different of a situation than old rumors about Roswell. There are even official reports by the French government that the alien hypothesis fits the data the best, and there's much, much more. Granted, there's plenty of fluff here too. Hoaxes abound, and misinterpretations of mundane things like insects and videos are very much a thing here. But even after all of that, there appears to be something here very much worthy of scientific inquiry. This is very much a field that belongs in SETI, every bit as much as searching for radio signals. If you look far, you should look near as well. That said, so what does it all mean? And here's where it gets problematic and terrifying. Back to the four scientists. One thought it was natural but weird, two thought it was too broad to merely be aliens, and one thought aliens were the best fit. Those are some very strange conclusions taken as a whole from credentialed scientists, and I fear we may get more of this, given the heavy scientific interest in the phenomenon as of late, now that the taboo has lessened. This could get far stranger as we go on, as opposed to getting far more mundane. If the UAP UFO phenomenon does have unexplainable attributes and it can be scientifically established with a quality dataset, peer-reviewed articles, and standard journals that there's something truly weird in it, then there are two possibilities. It's either aliens or it's not, and the two are equally terrifying. And it has to be said that it's possible that it's multiple phenomena that we're erroneously classing together, a mixed bag, as it were. If it represents an alien presence in our atmosphere with us, then we have a very serious global security problem. We would be in the position of knowing that there is a vastly more advanced spacefaring alien civilization that has set up shop in the solar system and is actively watching us, without landing on the White House lawn and telling us what their motivations are. This is inherently bad because all solutions to the Fermi Paradox vanish except one. The whole thing collapses to the "they are already here" solution, and from there it goes straight to the zoo hypothesis, no matter the scenario. The reason for this is that by virtue of superior technology, no matter how often we tell ourselves otherwise, we are not in control of this world. They are. Without them talking to us, we would have to entertain extremely unsettling scenarios, such as that they have been here since the very start and seeded life on Earth, only to silently watch a billions of years-long experiment of natural evolution unfolding before their apparently indifferent eyes. Or they could be recent, their attention having been drawn by something we did. No matter how you slice it though, we would be a curated, watched species for reasons unknown. Curated by someone that has expended a vast amount of time and resources simply to come here and watch us. We would have to wonder if they're not actually interested in us. Rather, there is some attribute of Earth itself that interests them. Perhaps something counterintuitive, because Earth is just another exoplanet among potentially billions of like worlds in the galaxy. But there's a further problem. Proving something is of alien origin is harder than it appears. And here we get into a debate that has yet to be had. The closer an alien is to you, the harder it is to prove it's actually an alien. This is why I tend to keep discussion of alien life on this channel to distant aliens. If you detect an artificial signal from a star system light years away, you can reasonably assume that due to distance, humans didn't build that transmitter. The best explanation is that it would be of truly alien origin, with no connection to our genesis of life on this world. It would be unambiguously alien. This is not the case for anything close. And here we come up against Roswell. If you had an alien spacecraft, your go-to method of trying to determine that is through its materials. Isotope ratios are unique to planetary bodies and their raw materials. They serve as fingerprints and can tell you if objects like Earth and the Moon formed together, or are once part of each other, or formed distantly in different parts of the solar nebula. It's the same with interstellar objects, including spacecraft. You should be able to tell by isotope ratios whether something is from your planet or somewhere else. But there's a problem. You can artificially alter that to make it appear as though it's from the planet looking into the matter, and make it appear as though it's not from there. There can be ambiguity there. Isotope ratios can only take you so far within the alien origin question. Then there are reports of frozen alien bodies. Reports of this almost invariably describe a primate, something like a gray, for example. In order to take the form that it does, humanoid would need to be very genetically similar to human. There's also no real reason for anything but humans to be humanoid at all on this world. We descend from a fish that had 4 suitable fins for eventually becoming limbs. That's it. It could easily have been 6 limbs, which seems to be what nature favors in most species, at least in the insect world. Yet more often than not, in fact vastly so, the described aliens are almost identical to us, despite us being on a world that does nothing but produce vastly diverse bioforms, ranging from jellyfish to alligators to pelicans. That said, these accounts are immediately suspect on some level, and that's where you run into the next problem. How you would determine if a frozen alien body was actually of alien origin is by its genetics, presuming it has genetics, but we have to start somewhere. The problem is that an advanced alien civilization probably has the power to do whatever it wants with its genetic code, including make it look like Earth life. In short, a sufficiently powerful command of genetics means that genetic tests become unreliable as an indicator of something's origin when dealing with the question of advanced alien life. You can never tell with that hanging over your head. And then you come up against another problem. The closer an alien is to you, the more likely it is it's from your planet, so long as you see an otherwise great silence. This is the close alien problem within SETI. When you look for radio signals from close by worlds, if you detect one, such as the BLC-1 signal, which was interference from Earth, but at the time seemed to be coming from the closest star system to us, then it would imply that alien life is common and it's everywhere. That you see something right off the bat, right next to you, suggests that whatever you're seeing is very common. Go closer in, such as within the solar system or the atmosphere, it gets much worse. It means that whatever you're seeing is ubiquitous throughout the galaxy. It should be everywhere, and as a result, you should see it everywhere. Yet we do not. When we look at the cosmos, we see only the great silence so far. This led some scientists, such as Adam Frank and Jason Wright, to point out that we can't actually eliminate the possibility of prior technological civilizations on Earth. The geologic record is too incomplete for it. So by hypothesizing that something is here, it could just as easily be from Earth as a native to it, thusly not alien in origin, as weird as it may seem. Close aliens are bad for proving the existence of alien life. And the final possibility is that whatever is behind the phenomenon is none of the above and represents something else entirely, neither a product of biological abiogenesis distinct from Earth, nor from Earth either. A human 1,000 years ago could not have envisioned an iPhone because they simply lived in a completely different mental paradigm. They didn't know enough about science and technology to foresee it. That may be the case here. We may be seeing something we have no conception of, its actual nature, and our brains have come up with something to interpret it. So we see these things as UFOs. We don't really know anything in regards to things like other dimensions and string theory, other than hints of their existence through things like quantum non-locality. Within that unknown science might be an answer for why UAP might ultimately appear to be neither alien nor human, and just something that we haven't thought of yet and have no understanding of. Perhaps we never will. Happy Halloween, indeed.
Sit back, relax, and get ready to enjoy more Event Horizon in this marathon.
The UFO UAP phenomenon is about as murky as it gets. With over 70 years of reports regarding the matter, we still haven't identified the unidentified. From the days of Donald Menzel in jail and Hynek to today, the picture of just what exactly this represents is still unknown. But then comes the question of, should we study it? Should science take a look at it and see if actionable data can be obtained and the mystery, one way or another, might be solved? And apply rigorous scientific effort to finally determine what, if anything, it is. This question has recently taken a somewhat dark turn. My guest today is studying two aspects of the phenomenon that might actually be fully scientifically testable, and one aspect is disturbing. The first are recovered materials reportedly of UFO UAP origin, some first studied by Dr. Jacques Vallée. The second are reported injuries due to exposure to UFOs UAP that people have had. It's at that point that whatever this is becomes difficult to ignore, and that some kind of investigation in science is sorely needed.
You have fallen into Event Horizon with John Michael Gaudier. In today's episode, John is joined by Dr. Garry Nolan. Dr. Nolan is the Ratchford and Carlota A. Harris Professor in the Department of Pathology at Stanford University School of Medicine. He has published over 300 research articles and is the holder of 40 US patents, and has been honored as one of the top 25 inventors at Stanford University. His area of research includes hematopoiesis, cancer and leukemia, autoimmunity and inflammation, and computational approaches for network and systems immunology. Dr. Nolan's efforts are to enable a deeper understanding not only of normal immune function, trauma, pathogen infection, and other inflammatory events. Remember to subscribe to Event Horizon so you never miss an episode.
Dr. Garry Nolan, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here.
Now, Doctor, you work in genetics, and one of my interest areas is in abiogenesis. How did we get life in the universe started? From your point of view, do you think that abiogenesis is something that's very rare, very hard, or do you think it's just repeatable organic chemistry that happens throughout the universe?
Well, I can't see really a reason why it's not. I mean, if it can happen in one place, I mean, that's already in a Bayesian inference mathematics viewpoint. It's basically a prior. It basically proves that it can happen. So the fact that it happened here with pieces of chemicals that we now find strewn throughout the entire universe, at least in terms of mass spectrometry and other things that where we can see things at a distance, and in meteorites, the evidence is pretty clear that complex molecules are already there. And so I have no problem with it. I mean, there's plenty of evidence that basically lays a path for showing that, if anything, what we are came from elsewhere.
In other words, the building blocks of life are present and pervading the universe, or at least this galaxy.
Well, I can't see there's anything special about this galaxy compared to the many others. No, but I think there's also, I mean, we can talk about it later as we get into the discussion, but there's at least mathematical evidence that suggests that life might have actually started elsewhere and came here. And it's a variation of Moore's law of complexity. There's a Moore's law of, let's say, genomic or genetic complexity that, if you extrapolate backwards, suggests even that the life here might have happened as many as started 10 billion years ago and traveled here, if you will, through some kind of panspermia.
Now that's older than the solar system, so that means that life here could have origins in another star system itself. Right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, all of the heavy metals, basically things above mass of about 30 or 40, came from the heart of another star. right, of a star that exploded. So you have to think across those kinds of time frames that the heavier elements were forged really in the heart of a dying star. I think that's something right out of Thor, the Marvel Comics. And so those elements had to partake in an explosion and then a recondensation that ended up generating the metals around this star. We're a second or a third generation solar system. So by that premise alone, it came from probably hundreds, if not thousands, of other solar systems. And those are just the atoms that make up the elements in the materials that both we are and that the civilization we created are made from.
Carl Sagan, we are made of star stuff. Now, with this sort of idea of panspermia, actual life, say microbes, locked in a meteorite, deep inside of a meteorite, is there a limit on time and distance, in other words, for something like that to transfer? In other words, can a genetic code, an organism, sit dormant inside of a meteorite for millions of years that would be required for transfer between?
Well, I think the short answer is we've already seen it for tens of thousands of years on certain kinds of bacteria that have been resurrected out of icebergs, essentially, or deep under the permafrost. And I'm not sure about the exact numbers of how long it would take for something. So let's say you had a planet that is in a solar system 10 or so light years away. I mean, we could run the numbers. I don't have the time. We don't have the time to do it at the moment. But, if you had a meteorite crash on that planet that ejected a piece of something that ended up in space from there, does it take 1 million years or just a few tens of thousands of years to get from one place to another? Even with conventional speeds. I'm sure people have done run the numbers, but I don't see it as impossible, no.
That's a fascinating idea, and that stars sneeze on each other and could even sneeze life on each other.
Yeah.
It's interesting because that seems to me that would dramatically increase the chances for life across the universe. The question is that if you're related to it, even if you're 2 star systems away, say the sun had a close encounter with another star in the past and they exchanged life, is it really an alien?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the more interesting question is, I think people have run the numbers, and it's certainly easy to understand that over even just a few million years, you can spread things around an entire galaxy or even a group of galaxies. I think the principal point is, well, look, that means at the very least it's all based on DNA, which means there aren't necessarily alternative codes for how life is generated other than DNA, unless there's something we're missing that's already here, even on this planet. I just don't know.
That gets into a shadow biosphere. If you don't know what you're looking for, you may not discover a second occurrence of microbial life, even if it was here, that you just might not know.
Right.
Do you think we have any hope, if such a thing exists, a shadow biosphere, with current methods of studying microbes? Do you think we could ever run across it if there was a second abiogenesis on planet Earth?
Yes, and I've actually, although I don't mean to sound conspiratorial or anything, there's someone that I'm working with who has at least pictorial evidence of such a thing.
That's fascinating.
So, but before I get all excited about it, I'm actually buying for the guy some instruments that he can use to determine if it's actually real or not. I mean, the picture evidence that I've seen is pretty compelling. So we'll see. I mean, because whatever it isn't standard. So, it might just be a mistake on his part, but we'll see. I mean, that's the reason why. So one of the reasons why I don't want to talk about it too deeply is because I don't like doing science by news release, and I'm sure this person doesn't want the entire planet making fun of him for something that might end up being a mistake, and nor do I. So, but I think it's fun that if the question and the evidence suggests that it's worth following up on, what's a few $1,000s to develop perhaps a better understanding of it.
Yeah, and it's a high reward. It's a high reward proposition, because if you find a second abiogenesis of life on Earth, then you're going to get a Nobel Prize or something along those lines. Now, my question about that, though, a follow-up question would be, if it ends up being a null result, would you still publish to let everybody know?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think the reason why you do it is you publish it so that the next person coming along doesn't make the same mistake.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying, and I did the same thing with Atacama. I did the same thing with the so-called Star Child skull, where people had interesting ideas. It wasn't, let's say, out of this world to come to the conclusion that what you were looking at might not be from this world. And so you just publish a science paper on it. I mean, that doesn't mean that people weren't upset. I can't help that. But as long as the results are repeatable, which they are, then you just say it is. I mean, the Atacama thing, look, Stephen Greer wants to think that it is. He has claimed all kinds of things about me, fraud and all kinds of stuff, which you better watch what he's saying, because he knows he's wrong. But if he wants to say otherwise, prove it. He claims that he didn't give me all of what it was that he had. So he can go out and reprove it and prove that I'm wrong. I dare him. Go ahead. He won't, because he knows that I'm right. So, I mean, those are the kinds of things that if you're going to make a statement, base it on evidence, not on your wishes.
Special pleading. In other words, you come to a conclusion before you do all the work, and you stick to that conclusion, and you end up with a non-truth.
Right.
Now, in those cases of Starchild and the Atacama, these were, to my view, birth defects,
yeah.
Right? In other words, they were genetically human and they were just in bad shape. And you had these convergent birth defects that produced a very weird result. Have you seen anything in the course of your career genetically, whether it's a microbe or a piece of tissue or something like that, that could have been of non-normal life? I mean, have you ever seen anything that said, this thing probably isn't from here?
No, I have not seen anything. I mean, probably the closest thing that's made its way to TV that has any, let's say, public recognition is the work of James Fox and I don't know if I got the pronunciation right, the Virginia incident in his recent movie, yes. The Moment of Contact. I mean, but that's not a piece of tissue or whatever. That's somebody's drawing. And so at this point, I mean, from the standards of what you would call evidence, it's anecdote. I mean, it happens to be the same anecdote from 3 individuals, so that is more compelling. In an incident that apparently was, in one way or another, viewed by dozens, if not a couple of hundred individual people. Is there evidence? I don't know. I've not seen it in person, and I'm not sure anybody would ever let me see it in person, even if it does exist. So, but that's been the subject of thousands of conspiracy discussions. So there's no reason for me to go there. I mean, I think the point that you're raising, though, is the most important one, which is there are different standards of evidence for different people or different classes of individuals, and one class is not above another. For an individual who experienced it, the proof is more than enough, right? They experienced it. I mean, so I saw things when I was a young boy. That is proof enough for me as a person. But proof for me as a scientist is the same as the language of science, which is something which is, I can hand that proof over to somebody else or tell them to point their telescope or their microscope in the same direction, and they will come to the same conclusion as I do. And that usually involves a piece of evidence which is transferable. And so at this point, there is no such thing that we can hand to another person publicly. Now, there are claims that this stuff exists behind people's closed doors, but again, that doesn't meet the standard of a scientist. For the world at large, who have neither experienced it nor have any evidence in their hands, to the extent that they turn to scientists as the arbiters of some form of truth, the truth is not out there yet for people. And I think, though, that's an important problem a lot of people don't understand, is that those two standards of evidence are very distinct. And if we want to place our trust in the global experience that many people have seen such things, then fine. Then the discussion is over. But if we're going to do it by the standards of science, then the discussion is not over. So it's up to individuals to decide, do you want to go by the truth as would be sufficient in a court of law? Or do you want to go by truth via science. And I happen to live in both worlds. And if I want to have this conversation with my scientist friends who use just those second set of rules, then we still have work to do.
I think that from anecdote, you can sort of glean certain interesting things that might lead you in the right direction to study it. For example, with the Varginha incident, there was a smell associated with whatever that was, and it seemed to be ammonia. So that brings up the question, well, can ammonia be a solvent for life? So in other words, can the chemistry of life exist in different chemical mediums like ammonia?
I mean, I don't see a reason why not. I mean, it can be a form of life that prefers, let's say, not necessarily a salty ocean, but a salty ocean that has ammonia in it, or is more ammonia based. I mean, we know that there are microbes, for instance, that feed on hydrogen sulfide and use hydrogen sulfide. So, maybe these, whatever those beings were in the Brazilian case, whatever those things were, just preferred an environment that had a little bit more ammonia and or hydrogen sulfide in it. I mean, I found that perhaps the most compellingly interesting of the case of the, let's say, the evidence in that case, that not only was there apparently liquid in the craft itself that spilled onto the grass around the crash site, but that the beings, if you will, seemed to carry it with them, or at least be imbued with it as if they were living in that environment. And I mean, that was just fascinating to me. And the soldier who is claimed to have died, alleged to have died because of his interaction with whatever it was, they talk about that he died from an infection. Actually, I think he died from not an infection, but whatever the toxin was that was on the skin of the object that he touched. And it was kind of there's a variety of different kinds of hyperimmune responses that could be against whatever that toxin was in the oil of the skin of the claimed and alleged, we keep using these words, being. And he died from that, not from an infection, or some combination of it, that basically you get the skin opening, across broad swaths of your body because of a toxin, and that just basically allows for infections to occur.
Now, that's an aspect of this that I don't think has been well discussed publicly until recent times, is that whatever this is, whatever the phenomenon is, it has injured and killed people, which immediately, to my mind, means that we should study it in science and try to figure out exactly what happened. You've worked with some of these cases of people injured through encounters with UAP. Can you elaborate on that a bit and tell us what, as a doctor, what you thought happened?
So, again, I'm trying to be careful, because people have run with what not that you're going to, but people will take this and run with it in a way that is not my intent. But I don't think that there's, at least very much, obvious maliciousness in whatever it is that's happened. I think this is kind of an inadvertent on the part of people who supposedly got close to these craft, which were emanating a field. It's as bad as if you were to walk across the airfield at a military base and you get in the way of the exhaust plume of a jet. You get hurt. The pilot wasn't trying to hurt you, but you were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And so in these cases, it is sort of a situation of, for these individuals, if anything, an inadvertent getting too close to something. Now, you would think that if you've got on the other side of the equation of whatever it was that they were getting too close to, that if this thing or the intelligences operating them were smart enough, they'd know never to let any organic being get too close to them. So that basically tells you perhaps something about whatever is on the other side. There's sort of an inadvertent indifference to our presence. So that kind of, to me, that tells you something even deeper about the phenomenon in general, that this indifference is like, it tells you something about the difference in the mentality of whatever the non-human intelligence might be versus us. That if it doesn't necessarily care about us, then how do we reconcile that with other kinds of observations where it's running around looking at our nuclear facilities? Or in other situations, such as the Zimbabwe Ariel case, it's telling us that oh, we're poisoning our planet. How do you reconcile these? We care about the ecosystem, but we don't care about whether we hurt you in the process of our doing whatever it is that we're doing. And I think that tells you something even deeper, that, and I had this conversation with Jacques Vallée once, is it one thing or is it many things? And Jacques' answer to me was typically Vallean, which was, well, it could be one thing pretending to be many things, right? That wants to send the message that it's many things, whereas it really is only one thing. You know, he thinks about it as this global system of influence, that it's a system of systems, as he often calls it. And so that's sort of the meta behind the scenes. The individual cases that I worked on through basically primarily was Kit Green, who brought most of the cases to me. You know, we now know that the majority of those cases can easily be explained by, as Havana syndrome, however you want to pronounce it. That doesn't mean that we understand the Havana syndrome, but at least they are seen as a kind of international, interstate, I don't know what the right word is, some sort of spy versus spy event where basically some human agency, either a state agency or a non-state agency or non-state actors, are using some kind of conventional energy weapon to hurt diplomatic corps of the United States. So once we understood that, good 80 to 90% of the cases that I was involved with could be easily classified under that and handed over to somebody else's provenance. But it did leave a significant number of cases of individuals who had clearly come in contact with something that was not Havana, and one could construe as being outside of the norm of human existence. Now, the evidence was, in those cases, both anecdotal. It was a story from one or more individuals, but it was also reproducible insofar as I could take the MRI the same number of times from that individual and I'd get the same result. Now, the open question is, did it occur because of the interaction that they had? Was it acute or was it something else? I don't know, because I don't have a camera to be there, but whatever did cause some of the damage in some of these individuals was clearly an outside agency. They weren't born with it. It happened one day, they were fine one day, they weren't fine the next. And they claimed that the only thing that was unusual was this interaction that they had. So that's the kind of evidence that I can personally work with to hand to another scientist and say, here's the evidence. You can agree with me that the data is real. This is a big push that I have, that I, rather than believing the conclusion, believe that the data is real. Believe the data is real. Now let's figure out what you tell me, other than what they claim happened to them, what might have caused this, right? So I don't want to get into arguments about the anecdote itself. I'm interested in the damage per se, or I'm interested in the material that I can obtain from either that individual or something that might have been left at the site where the event occurred, and I can analyze the material, and so that I can hand. So those are the kinds of cases that I get interested in, because the others will be argued about endlessly. And so it's just not in my interest to argue with people about stories. There's historians that are like Richard Dolan, who are far better at documenting these kinds of things and putting them in the various contexts. And if anything, putting them down for posterity and writing them down as soon as they've happened, as much as anybody can, for other people to argue about hundreds of years from now even.
In regards to consistency between injuries, look at a brain scan and you see the same thing in multiple patients. So my question is does that damage resemble anything else, any other type of injury, or is it unique? Is whatever is happening to these people unique to this phenomenon?
I mean, certainly the sclerosis that I've seen, basically the burning at the skin level on the outside, looks like some sort of radiation damage. I mean, radiation is not magic. Radiation is anything from just electromagnetic waves to light. right? Or you can aim beams of microwaves at people and hurt them. If there wasn't that slightly see-through mesh on your microwave that is just the right size to prevent microwaves from coming out of your device, you'd get cooked too, all the way through. So there's nothing magic about a microwave weapon. There's nothing magic about a gamma ray weapon. I mean, people use radiation or other kinds of proton beams, et cetera, in cancer therapy. They're just more finely targeted at the cancer. So there's no reason you can't turn any of those into some kind of a weapon, or if somehow they're a part of a propulsion device that some civilization has figured out. If you get close enough to them, you're going to get damage. And wherever that damage, wherever those radiations, if you will, are concentrated, the tissue will get more or less scarred because of it. And that's at least the evidence that I saw on the MRIs. So it was the damage was reproducible, not within a given organ in a specific place in that organ. It was reproducible as to the type of damage, which is more or less a scarring, which is both cell death, induced cell death, apoptosis or otherwise, and then infiltrating immune system damage, where the immune system comes in and cleans up the mess, or in some cases, as what I think is probably happened to that soldier in the Virginia case, it was basically a post. It's a toxic chemical of some sort that that caused the immune system to act upon it in an overwhelming case.
Now, let me ask you this. This is sort of an off-the-wall question, but have you seen cases of these types of injuries in people that may not have known that they had even come in contact with UFO or UAP? In other words, somebody's laying in bed sleeping, one flies over the roof, and you get the same injury.
I haven't. None of them were ever brought to my attention. But, it's one of the reasons why, and I'm excited about this, that I know of a fair number of groups now that are organizing around collecting that kind of data, right? One of the things that Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo and others have done, and we often leave Tom DeLonge out of the conversation, but I think it's fair to say we wouldn't be here because of his efforts, is that people are now more willing to step forward. I've had the number of emails that I've gotten from pure scientists, doctors, psychiatrists, et cetera, who are now organizing behind the scenes to set up groups to study this stuff in a more scientific manner, will, I think, let people who've had these kinds of things happen to them come forward to be studied. I mean, you have to, science is always a matter of collect everything that seems interesting, put it in a giant bucket, and then start categorizing. So are there people who had something fly over their house or come into their room or whatever, and then they had a damage and didn't even know it was happening to them? Probably, but how do you find them? If they won't, even in an anecdotal sense, tag it with a metadata that says this happened to me, it's just somebody who woke up one day and they had damage, and the doctors, no doctor would know what to do with it. It's just, okay, well, you're damaged. I'm sorry. I can treat your damage. I can't treat the cause of your damage, or can't understand the cause of your damage.
And that's sort of a big question, because there's a lot of that out there. I mean, you see Parkinson's patients and things like that maybe there was some environmental factor in their past that might have contributed to developing the disease, but you can't know that. You just don't know what it was. Now, in regards to the physicality of the phenomenon, if it's producing electromagnetic radiation of whatever sort, that suggests a physical object that can be measured.
Yes. If the object is, if somebody could ever get a hold of the object that's producing it, then yeah, we can. Apart from the supposed crashes that have occurred, the alleged crashes that have occurred, which were, as far as we can tell, quickly absconded with by whoever the government might be, there's very little one can do other than to say, well, they won't give it to us, so we can't study it.
Well, that's the big problem, is that there does seem to be some kind of a cover-up, especially in regards to this. But I can also see why they would keep it completely secret. If you recover a piece of foreign alien technology, that gives you a huge advantage if you can figure out how it works. So
I can and I can't. I mean, I think we're past the point at this point of whether or not people will be able to accept it or not. I don't understand what the advantage can or cannot be if they've had 90 years or 80 years to figure it out and they still haven't done so. I mean, what are we worried about? Unless the technological advantage is so easy to make once you have it that putting it in anybody's hands would be dangerous. I mean, if we all had the ability to blow up this corner of the continental shelf, then maybe that's a bad thing, right? I mean, just look at it this way. If anti-gravity were so easy that anybody could have the ability to travel out to the asteroid belt and push a rock our way, there's any of a number of crazies who might go ahead and do it and cause bedlam. So from that standpoint, maybe that's a simple reason that you just don't want to give people free energy or the ability to run around and push rocks this way and that until we have a defense mechanism that stops people from doing it. And so if the defense mechanism don't give them the ability to do it in the first place, then that's where you got to go. And I would be perfectly understandable to that.
I think the thing that bothers me, though, about it is if I were a government and I had rivals, as the U.S. government does, it might be advantageous to spread disinformation so that your rivals think you have superior alien technology, therefore don't mess with them.
Well, yeah, there's the feints within feints argument. And again, this goes down the crazy road where it's never ending arguments. And so I'm just going to stay in my wheelhouse, which is, I'm going to stay as close to the street light on a dark night as I can with a flashlight and kind of look out a little further, but I'm not going to worry too much about the bugaboos that might be sitting just well outside of the light range. And so if something comes into my hands that I can study and put the proof out, then we'll extend our knowledge base a little bit further. I mean, look, if the government wants, I think there's a different way to say it. I think that it would behoove the governments in a different way to say, look, this actually does exist and it is happening. Now let's come up with a framework for how to deal with the potential of what the technologies can provide, right? So how do we not worry about what can be done with this information and keep it secret because we're worried about that? And why don't we just say, well, this is what can be done, and now let's come up with frameworks for how to deal with that potential and protect ourselves against the danger of it. I mean, we all knew the danger of nuclear weapons, and we understood the value of using nuclear energy to produce, energy for civilization. And we went ahead, at least with the good side of it, even though we knew that the bad side of it was that we would be potentially giving the ability for, let's say, certain rogue regimes like North Korea, the ability to turn that into nuclear weapons. So as a society, I think that's a conversation that should be had. And I'm actually working with now a number of individuals to basically set up, let's say, organizations that can start to talk about this kind of thing in a productive manner. Frankly, all in the absence of the kind of hard evidence that I think is necessary to prove to scientists, to say that, well, look, I don't have to wait for the hard evidence to say that if it exists, what could be done with it, and how do we protect ourselves from the dangers of economic disruption or societal disruption? What are the more academic discussions that could be had around this, the solutions? Because I don't want to spend my time under the covers or in the closet hiding from a potential danger. I always like to say that, okay, well, there's a potential utility for humanity here. Let's have that discussion. I mean, and I think the perfect example of this is the Alcubierre drive, which is, I think, one of the first public discussions of something that Hal Puthoff had long ago postulated, that there's a way to rework Einstein's equations to invert basically them, that allows you to say, hey, look, we could travel faster than light. And this is now because somebody dared to say, well, maybe you can travel faster than light, and maybe that's how it is that these things got here in the first place. That now is a whole sub-industry in standard physics to say, okay, well, let's see if this is practical in any way. And so the first equations around the Alcubierre drive basically said you had to convert the entire rest mass of the sun into energy to be able to create the negative energy to get to move faster than light. And then people have come up with various other ways to look at the equations and have brought those energy levels down by orders of magnitude. Maybe someday people will get it far enough down that they'll be able to do it properly. So that I see as a positive way to look at these observations, and even as a thought experiment, come up with potential positive utilities. But now, if you can gain access to that kind of energy, as a for instance, well, why would you use it necessarily to go to the next star? Why don't we use it to reduce energy costs and get ourselves off of oil and solve a lot of other problems thereby? So I always try to look at the practical positive side of things, if only because it can get you out of the doom scrolling effect of and the depression that could come from only thinking of the negatives. It doesn't mean you ignore the negatives, but it also means you don't focus on them, at least in my mind.
I actually interviewed Dr. Miguel Alcubierre on this channel. For anybody interested, you should go and check out the backlog. But let me ask you this. Without FTL, say that we can't do it and that the rule of the speed of light holds true and fast. So there is a physical way for an alien civilization to have a presence here without FTL, and that is the von Neumann probe.
Right.
In other words, some star passed close by, or somebody decided to colonize a galaxy with exponentially reproducing probes that could function as 3D printers and print out atmospheric probes in star systems with interesting planets like Earth and have a presence here. Because if somebody saw that printed out probe, there's your UFO of alien origin. Now, let me ask you this, and it's a complex question. Could such a thing, and will there come a time where we can print out an organism?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's funny you say that. I can't talk about it publicly yet, but I'm involved in a project that will make itself known for basically doing exactly that. We can do it. I mean, it's primitive right now, but there's no reason we can't make our own self-replicating probes, even just to explore the local solar system. I mean, why not make something that we send out to the Oort cloud, right, or to the asteroid belt, that starts building things for us so that we don't have to go there and build it. It's ready to go. People have talked about that on Mars. There's absolutely no reason, both from a mechanical point of view, but also there's no reason we can't encode within synthetically created organisms the ability to terraform or build an ecosystem for us elsewhere. So that, and these have been both both the piece of science fiction stories and science fiction movies that we do exactly that. I mean, science fiction doesn't mean fantasy that can't exist. Usually science fiction, the best science fiction, is written with enough of a kernel of truth that people can believe that it's possible that it would happen. So, I think we're well within the capability of beginning that today.
So say we do that. That opens up the possibility of colonizing space with altered humans genetically tailored to better live in an O'Neill cylinder or on Mars, right, or something like that. And that we won't actually, as natural humans, we won't actually be the ones that explore space all that much. It'll be humans tailored genetically for the task. Do you see that in the future, and how far off are we?
Well, I think I think we're closer in one sense than we expect, but further away in another. And I'll elaborate. I mean, closer in that we can do it, but we're going to make lots of mistakes in the process. I mean, so just look, for instance, at how intimately tied humans are to our environment. We're finding day by day, literally week by week, in science journals being published about how intimately tied we are to our microbiota in our bodies. Microbiota affect your health, your response to drugs, whether or not you're going to respond better or not to cancer immunotherapy. We find out that certain microbiota affect your mental health and can either make you more or less likely to be depressed. Not that you were genetically born one way or the other, but the microbiota create some sort of toxins or other things in your body that are or are not necessary for your health. So creating a human that lives in a certain environment is we also have to create the microbiota environment that human requires, that might not necessarily like living in that other place. So you've got to not only engineer the person, you've got to engineer the ecosystem that lives on and within that individual so that it also can provide the necessary context for the human to live a healthy life. We're so used to, as scientists, thinking we can take the human out of the environment, the water in which they live, and just place them somewhere else and they'll be just fine. They won't. And we know that now. And that's a fact. And so, I mean, just look at what's happened to the astronauts we've put into low grav space. I mean, they have all kinds of problems with water differential across their bodies that give them sight problems, right? They can't see well, et cetera, et cetera. Now, if they had been born in space and grew up in space, would they be okay? I don't know. But there's enough worries in what we already know now about what we need to bring with us to wherever we're going that we might have to engineer that alongside the humans. And I just don't, we're not there yet. We're just not there. So I think we just have to be a little bit careful about how fast we move. But I say that, and I think humans will do it. They'll make the mistake, and then they'll say, okay, well, before we take another step, we better do X, Y, and Z to recontext and engineer our ecosystem at the same time. But we're just not there yet, in my opinion.
Now, do you think that developing this sort of stuff will come as a natural result of medical science? Meaning that, okay, yes. So we're trying to cure various forms of cancer, and we come across this idea that might be applicable to space. Do you think that's how that's going to unfold?
Yeah, I mean, I think artificial intelligence is going to help us. I mean, I was at a couple of meetings this week for the cancer work that I do, and these kind of cancer moonshot programs where there are a lot of other, call them mainstream scientists, but leading edge thinkers talking about exactly this, that frankly, the human brain is not built to deal with the complexity of how the human brain even was or is constructed, and how the ecosystems in the bodies all operate. But the good thing is that AI is coming to the table to help us understand these things. So I think the difference is, can we use the AI in a way that we understand how the AI is doing it, or will the AI just be there to implement our wishes, even if we don't understand how it is that it's doing it? Does that make sense?
It does.
So, I mean, look at AI art as an example. You can now just basically say, you can type in a prompt as to what it is that you want, and the AI goes out and it uses the data from the pictures on the internet, and it can create a picture that represents in some way the words that you've stated. I mean, it's just remarkable. Artists are going crazy, both positive and negatively about it. As you can imagine, people are seeing their careers potentially destroyed, but the better ones are looking at it and saying, oh, how can I use this as a tool in my palette, as a brush in my palette? And I think the same thing is coming for exactly the question you asked about medical interventions. Can I collect enough data that an AI can make the associations and not understand from a sentient point of view, but can say, hey, look, if you define for me the objective, I can look at the raw data and how the systems are currently organized and suggest to you how to reorganize them to create the following objective. I think that's coming. So I don't think humans will understand how to do it, but we will create the tools that will enable us to do it. Now, that opens up a whole other series of ethical questions of, well, if you could do it, do you have the right to make the mistakes on behalf of the people you're going to be synthetically creating, if you will? Are you doing something to them that you don't have the right to do?
It's sort of the same situation, in the same boat as cloning. Do you have the right to,
And that case in China, where actually it was another Stanford scientist who I know, and it wasn't his fault that his former postdoc went ahead and did it, but because he was in communication with the guy at the time he was doing it, people tried to blame him. It wasn't his fault. But this guy in China claimed to have done it and inserted a gene in an individual And it was a worldwide controversy. And he was not the Stanford scientist. He didn't do anything wrong in my view. He just had a conversation with the person. It was the other person who made a choice for a child that child didn't partake in. I think there's a lot. I'm not saying one should or shouldn't do it. It's just you better know what the benefits, the ups and downs are before you try. But the other point is that once you start down that path and you open the door, it's the positive attributes of what can happen will be lost amongst the few Frankensteinian mistakes that will get made.
Yes, Frankenstein, and we live in a world where that's going to become an increasingly relevant story, despite it being over 200 years old at this point. Now, another aspect of this, you mentioned AI and working with AI. Does AI scare you in the sense that could it be, and this is getting back into the work of Jacques Vallée, that the Kabuki Theater, as he terms it, are masks of the same phenomenon appearing in different ways? Do you think ultimately it could be an alien AI, again, the von Neumann probe, an alien AI that we simply don't comprehend it because its motives and thoughts and thinking process are so different? Have you ever seen anything in AI that led you to believe that maybe AI will think differently?
Oh yeah. I mean, so first of all, I've said this both in the Lex Fridman interview and also at length in the interview I did with Tucker Carlson, is that what intelligence in its right mind, to the extent, would put itself in danger of interaction with a primitive civilization like us, relatively speaking. We're primitive. We're not only barely out of the caves, we're close to putting ourselves back in them, from some kind of global catastrophe mistake that we initiate. So why would you put yourself at danger of interaction? Why wouldn't you put some kind of avatar in between yourself and, as I've often called us, the angry monkeys? And so you wouldn't in your right mind. And so I think that I'm 100% sure that even in the case of the Virginia event, that whatever that was is some kind of avatar, and it wasn't actually the object that it wasn't actually, it was a thinking, perhaps conscious object, but it isn't what's actually behind the scenes. That's just a guess. I have no proof. I don't get a weekly email from the Illuminati that tell me these things. I'm not an insider in any grand sense of the word. It just, right now it makes sense with the data. It's a possibility. New data will maybe change my mind on it. But I have, in fact, if anything, it's the most likely that there is some kind of artificial intelligence that is driving everything we're seeing, whether or not it could get here by light speed or not, or better than light. Why would you bother dealing with something as primitive as us?
Well, I can think of one way is that the life in the galaxy is semi-rare and they have a motive to preserve it whenever they can. In other words, they see another occurrence of life and they come here as scientists and they're like, well, we got to keep this species going.
Oh yeah.
In which case,
I have no problem with that, but I just wouldn't myself step into the middle of it. But maybe you would. I don't know. We send scientists out to nature preserves and they personally get involved. So maybe that's what we're seeing here.
It could be. We have specialist scientists that can tell you everything you want to know about ants. So maybe they're specialists, anthropologists or something like that, or an alien equivalent of an anthropologist that's just here to study us, but also perhaps act as a police force.
Right.
You can sit on your porch. For a day, and you can see 2, 3, 4, 5 police cars pass by. Mm-hmm. They never stop unless you're actually doing something illegal. So maybe it's a police action scenario where they're looking at our nukes and things like that, and they're like, we're only going to intervene if they start to use these things, on an issue.
Yeah, I've used that example of that, maybe they didn't bother with us too much because throwing rocks and spears at them can be easily dealt with, but a nuclear explosion is enough that their ships are not nuclear explosion proof, and that we've gotten to a level of sophistication where we can harm them. And if we're about ready to even move out into our own solar system, even by conventional sublight means. And if they've been around for millions of years, they can say, okay, well, we can project ahead 10,000 years and see them at Alpha Centauri or Tau Ceti or you name it in the near future. And the bigger they get, the harder it is for us to turn them in a different direction without a global eradication event.
Well, that gives you a motive ultimately, though, for them to be here, is to monitor to make sure we don't create a technology such as a generalized artificial intelligence or gray goo or whatever,
Right.
what have you.
Right.
And that could pose a threat to the rest of the galaxy. And that's their sole purpose to be here, is just to make sure we don't make something that can mess their day up.
Right. There's a great science fiction writer by the name of Ian Banks, and he writes some beautiful stuff. It's a fantasy future, hundreds of thousands of years into our future, where he touches upon this, where basically it is an AI sentience which considers that humanity created, but it basically has created a kindergarten for humanity so that they can run around and continue to pursue their more carnal pleasures, if you will, and but it's busy monitoring and keeping the whole galaxy in balance. So yeah, you're right. Maybe it's something like that. I would just recommend anybody who wants to read a good series of books. Ian Banks does it in a very tongue-in-cheek and intelligent way.
Excellent books. I've read several. Now,
attention, there will be a general meeting in 1.5 hour.
Materials. Now, there are these reports from Jacques Vallée and others, Linda Moulton Howe and To the Stars Academy, all of these, about recovered materials that might be strange, isotopically strange. And you have worked with such materials. Giving me a profile of what these UAP, UFO-related materials are like.
So I've worked with three materials that I find interesting, let's say three classes. I mean, one of the most interesting was the Ubatuba event, again in Brazil, with something which was at the time claimed to be pure magnesium. It's not pure magnesium, but it has more, but it is unusually pure and a kind of a crystalline metal. And what I found interesting about it was that in one of the fragments that I had, but not all of them, which is really what kind of makes my head spin, was the magnesium isotope ratios were so far off what you would expect from magnesium you dig out of the ground that to basically say it was engineered, right? You can imagine maybe it came from another solar system somewhere else, but you'd have to imagine a solar nucleosynthesis cycle that is off of what we consider to be normal. To me, at the very least, it would say it was engineered, right? And the fact that I have materials supposedly from the same event, some of which has normal ratios versus some that has altered ratios, I can come up with ways to explain it, but the only explanations are that it was involved in some industrial process that produced the altered ratios from Earth normal ratios, if that makes sense. So let's say it was used for energy generation or the propulsion. They start with material that was used on Earth, and in the process of using it, it got converted to these other ratios. How it happens, I don't know, but the only evidence I have is that it truly exists. And so, but I don't understand what it means. And is it proof of aliens? Is it proof that something unusual happened? Yes. Is it reproducible? Yes. So again, it's back to that thing of data, not conclusions, because there's so many potential conclusions. If you leap to any one of them and you're proven to be wrong in any one of those absolute conclusions, you just made a fool of yourself. So, but I think the problem that a lot of, and this is just to go again off on a slightly different bent, is that a lot of lay public or the skeptics who want to bring down any discussion of this is they will take any postulate or hypothesis you make, they'll turn it into a conclusion, and they'll ridicule you for even coming up with the question in the first place, as if you had made the conclusion that is embedded in your question. And so that's why I'm always trying to be very careful how I say things. And I mean, people are going to take me out of context no matter what, because that's their goal in life. Jason Colavito is probably the most ridiculous at it. Loves to take things that people say and recontext them and make fun of them. And it's intellectual vandalism of the highest order. So I don't want to really give people like that too much meat for their grinder. But I think the main point is that that's one of those kinds of materials, which has some very interesting stories around it. Then the other one are these events that I've got a few examples of now, of where a craft is seen and something is ejected from the craft. And when people kind of go and find what it was that it was ejected, it ends up being like pools of molten metal on the ground. And I've got 3 cases of this, and there's many cases like this that are out there. So that's a class of events that, okay, well, let's study what that metal is. Okay, so now you can say, well, is that another example of a propulsion system or an energy generation or God knows what? I mean, those are the only 2 simple things. I mean, for all we know, it's how they process their waste matter. I don't know, but we can look at that stuff. And we published, Jacques and I and a couple of others, actually a former postdoc of mine now at Harvard. He has his own lab now in Harvard Medical School. We published a paper examining one of those materials where we basically showed that the material is, I mean, it's conventional metals. There was nothing unusual about the isotope ratios, but each place where we looked in the metal, the elements that were there were slightly different. And they were all the same metals, but they were there in different ratios, meaning it was inhomogeneous, meaning that 6 different elements, metals, titanium, iron, a couple of others, chromium, were there, but they were incompletely mixed. Okay, so what conventional process do humans ever use that don't fully mix what it is that they're making? Very few. I mean, we don't make inhomogeneous things because that would end up being, from a tensile strength point of view, it would basically mean something would fracture in unexpected ways if you were trying to use it for any structural purposes. So let's make the leap of assumption that it came from some kind of craft. What industrial process would they use that would lead to something which was inhomogeneous? And maybe the very fact that it was inhomogeneous, whatever the process was that they were using, led them to say, oh, we got to get rid of this. It's not doing what we want it to do. Let's throw it away.
Defective or waste, essentially.
Defective or waste. And what's interesting is a couple of the cases that I know of, the objects that were seen ejecting these materials seemed to be in some kind of distress. They were wobbling, or they weren't acting. I don't know how you could say how these things act normally. They weren't acting, at least to the percipient, they seem to be something wrong with them. They eject this stuff, and now everything's better, and they zip off. Is that telling us something? Were they doing it for us to tell us something? You know, you got to play those kinds of games. So, I mean, Jacques Vallée tells me a story of an intelligence officer that was talking to him at one point, and look, when a scientist gets 95% of the answer, they think they've got the answer, and they don't care about the other 5%. And when an intelligence agency, meaning like a government intelligence agency, gets 95% of the answer, they assume that it's been given to us to distract us. We're interested in we're way more interested in the 5% that we don't know. So I worry that many of the things that we see and we think we're observing these objectively are actually being, again, from the Kabuki Theater point of view, are actually being presented to us to lead us to think a certain way about something. And so I'm just trying to be careful what my assumptions are about the data that we're collecting in the first place. And I think you have to be.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I do that every day in the day job, in that I get data and I'm assuming I'm collecting the data that I think I'm collecting, but it might be that the manner in which I'm collecting it is biasing the answer in the first place. And so when you're trained properly in the sciences, you always keep that in the back of your mind, that I might have been biased in how I'm collecting this data. So anyway, so that's the second one. So the second class of materials are these supposed ejecta. I mean, it's clear these things are not meteorites, and they're not somebody. There's plenty of stuff that I've been given that is clearly a hoax or was hoaxed for the individual who thought they were seeing something. But this is, as far as we can tell, not hoaxes. And then the third one that has been talked about quite a bit are these so-called the so-called metamaterial that originally came, I think, into Linda Moulton Howe's possession, but also the possession of other individuals. This layered magnesium bismuth material, arts parts, yeah, which is still intriguing, and I have several examples of it myself that have come to me. It's been broken up to many pieces, was handed to X, Y, or Z, and then people have handed them to me. I know that there is a very large chunk of it that is currently in government possession through TTSA. And the analyses that I have seen of the material, even done by the government, leave much to be desired. I'm frankly shocked at how amateurish the data analysis has been. And it's sad, because if that's the kind of analysis that's been done on the real parts that people have, somebody needs to up their game. And it's just at least the data that I've seen has not been done by somebody who really knows what they're doing. So what I'm doing with the pieces that I have is setting up basically a laboratory with the right kind of funding that can go from A to Z, comparing these things with all of the necessary tools, that everything is put through pretty much the same path of analysis, so that you can do an apples to apples, apples to oranges comparison, and just do it right. I mean, it's not hard, but it is expensive. I mean, to set up a laboratory like this with all of the necessary materials, I mean, these instruments cost anywhere from a few $100,000 to a few million, but there's a few dozen of these kinds of instruments that you need. So just from an instruments basis, you're talking about a $50 to $100 million investment. Now, luckily, there are forensic laboratories that exist which have this kind of stuff, right, that you can pay for. So at the beginning, at the very least, the money is required to put all of these materials through such an analytic pipeline that you can essentially buy off the shelf the services to do that. But buying the services and creating the data is not the same as analyzing the data. So now you need basically a reasonable team of 5 to 10 postdoctoral level individuals who understand what that data can mean. And so 5 to 10 people, we call them an FTE, full-time equivalent. That's $200,000 each on average. That's the number we use in Silicon Valley for basically hiring that kind of training in various areas. So 5 to 10 people, that's another $2 million a year. So even just to analyze the data, that might take a couple of million to generate. It's expensive. People say, oh, let's just do it. And they send me stuff. Just writing that paper on the Council Bluffs material that Jacques had took me 2 years, because I was doing it in my spare time. And I even said, I have renewed appreciation for my postdocs and the time and effort that they do. When I change my mind on what it is that I want analyzed, I can do that in 5 seconds. But then I'm basically committing that postdoc to several days of work to reanalyze the data. So until someone is willing to put down the money in a sort of a charitable sense, or the government is willing to say, I'm going to put this together in a way, put the money to it. I mean, in the global sense of a now $850 billion defense budget per year for the US alone, peanuts to do it. I'm not convinced it's been done with the materials that are sitting in people's warehouses. Maybe they don't feel that they need to, but I think if one of the things that I basically helped get put into the defense appropriations budget around this matter, it's public record, is getting scientists, getting the DoD to admit that scientists should be brought in to, at the very least, help them design the analytic systems that are there, because it does take a particular training to design a good experiment that is publishable and believable by other scientists. Anyway, so those are the things that I think. So the arts parts, I have looked at it. It is unusual for sure. It is irregular enough in how it was put together that I can still believe that it might be just the process of some conventional smelting, and it has nothing to do with anything unusual. I can believe that because of the irregularity of at least some of the pieces that I've seen. But then it was told to me that, well, this happened in a crash, so that's why it looks so irregular. It was kind of melted. That's why it's irregular. Okay, that's fine. Is it a waveguide? Is how puts forward? I mean, whether it is or not, the fact that it's layered in that way makes you think that it could be. So I have no problem with Hal's postulate there. But I did reproduce a minor discrepancy that somebody else noted in the magnesium ratios, and the magnesium ratios do appear to be off. Now, there are potential conventional reasons why I can think the magnesium ratio is off, because they're off so slightly as to be not an error of measurement, but an error of how the thing can be measured. And so there's a couple of irregularities about the arts parts that I think are interesting, couldn't be followed up on. But the level of analysis that has been done is insufficient at this point to come to any real conclusion. I mean, there's two things in science. I can analyze something and tell you what it is from a material science. It's made of these atoms in this organization. But okay, that's fine. What's it used for? Now, if somebody can do something to arts parts and make it float on the table, and it floats on the table because you irradiate it with some kind of terahertz wave and suddenly it weighs less or what have you, well, fine, that'll convince me far more than a theory. But I haven't seen any of that done.
Neither have I.
Yeah.
I've just heard claims, but I have not seen floating metal. The Ubatuba...
Sorry for that. That was a long discussion about it. I hope that was clear.
Oh, it was perfectly clear. Now, the Ubatuba sample, that incident happened decades ago, and I guess the sample is provenance all the way back to that. Were we capable of duplicating that in those days, and how much would it have cost to hoax it?
It would have, yes, we were capable. To hoax it would have probably been in the hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. And why you would do it over a beach in Brazil, I can't fathom. It's so the short answer is yes, you could do it, but there's no physical reason why you would do it, because we don't play with isotope ratios except to blow stuff up.
Yeah,
right?
Medical science and blowing stuff up is the only reason to do it, and that's all very, very expensive stuff.
That's a very expensive thing to go throwing around and blowing up over a beach in Brazil. So, and that's the primary thing, is that if we don't have a reason for doing it, why would you do it just to convince somebody 40 years in the future who's going to analyze it?
It doesn't make any sense. But then again, there's a certain irrationality about this whole thing, about the behavior of these things. So you just don't know. Maybe they're trying to influence us culturally, and that's the only way they know how, is they can't exactly land on the White House lawn and shake hands with Biden, because they don't know to do that, because we don't have a global centralized government or anything like that.
Right.
So maybe they're just doing what they understand, and they're hoping that we understand it, or at least hoping to influence us to the point where we do understand it.
Even if it's not an influence campaign in any overwhelming sense of the word, maybe they're just doing what they're doing, and if we happen to notice it, that's fine, but they don't care.
Yeah.
We do our business in the forest, and I'm sure there are glimmers of intelligence in the tarsiers, primates, and crows and parrots who see us doing things, but we don't necessarily understand why we're doing them.
And that's the key. If you're dealing with a truly alien species, you can't assume that you can understand it or know anything
Right.
about it. But what you can do is say, well, look, that thing crossed an enormous amount of space-time, so it must have some understanding of science and technology, maybe superior to our own.
Right. Every time you anthropomorphize somebody or something else, you run the risks of lost in translation.
One last question about materials, and then I have a final question for you after that. But about materials, is it possible that the amateurish nature that you're seeing of the analysis done on these materials is because the really good analysis is done on really good materials the government has, such as a downed Roswell spacecraft or something like that, and that we just don't know about it, we're not privy to it? And as an aside, have you read the Wilson Davis memo? Do you think that that's a hoax, or do you think there might be something there that suggests that the U.S. government has recovered materials that we don't know about?
I mean, so your first question is yes. I just cannot imagine that if these materials were held in the early days by people have talked about Heisenberg and others involved in the nuclear bomb creation who did partake in some of the initial analyses or knew about this stuff. I can't imagine that real analysis was not done on the materials. Now, but let's talk about the time frame where these things were originally collected and the infrastructure was set up around again, let's put forward the alleged suppression of information. Frankly, the technologies for analyzing materials was really not available at the time. Mass spectrometry was only there was only the glimmers of what we can do today with mass spectrometry in place. Metallurgy was mostly recipes, not analysis, because we understood what we were necessarily doing, right? You would make this and it would do that, and then you had theories about why you would do X, Y, or Z. But the analytic procedures in the 40s and 50s just don't even come close to what we can accomplish today. I mean, we can get to near atomic resolution of any material. I think we're within about 5 angstrom resolution right now, and things that I'm involved with will get us into the sub-angstrom realm. And so, I mean, that's what we need, in my opinion. So if you didn't have that capability, and now you set up an infrastructure of information suppression, that you can imagine information suppression approach has carried forward to today, where everything was put under lock and key, and anybody who wanted to get their hands on it to do it properly was basically told to go bugger off, as my sainted father would say. So it wouldn't surprise me if the kinds of analysis that could be done have not been done. And so that doesn't mean that they can't be done or that somebody hasn't been done. But if it has been done and hasn't been publicized to any significant degree within the communities that could appreciate what that information really means, then as far as I'm concerned, you haven't done it. And if you've locked it away in a closet, and if you don't put it in the hands and the minds of people who can understand what can be done with it, and it's sitting in the hands of a politician, it's as good as not being known in the first place.
Very true. Yeah.
And so it's down to the whole thing. If you don't understand the thing well enough to explain it to somebody else, and you don't understand it, right? If you only understand the dangers of it, that's fine. But perhaps the dangers were misinterpreted. So we need to bring more minds to this. I'm not saying that scientists know better. I know plenty of scientists who are frankly idiots, and I wouldn't trust anything with them. So, they would only have malevolent purposes to do with it. So I think that's why a certain level of transparency is going to be better than not. That was the first. So the first part of your question. So what was the second question?
I think I was just wondering that Wilson Davis memo. That do you think that there's anything there? Or do you think that might just?
I more than 100% believe that Eric is reporting something that happened and a conversation that was had. Now, and I can for all the right reasons, understand why Admiral Wilson would need to deny it. Now, the open question is whether they were talking about something which actually behind the scenes was happening. Admiral Davis could have been talking to Eric about something that he was told, but what he was told might have just been a disinformation campaign, right? Or somebody was lying to him.
Yeah.
So, we can, and this is one of those things where we can argue endlessly about whether Eric is reporting what happened. I just know Eric. There's no profit in him lying about this. And I also know Eric in how he's one of those truly unique individuals who has an eidetic memory. He can recapitulate a memory in ways that if I could, God, I wish I could do it, what he can do. Remember a conversation practically word for word. I mean, it's a kind of talent that I wish we could share. But I mean, so the open question is, are they talking about something which really happened, or is not, as I said, a disinformation campaign? So once you get into that kind of unknowingness, I basically have to lose interest, because absent a camera or the ability to trace back the other discussions that were supposedly had by Admiral Wilson, we'll never know. I mean, it's useful, and I'm glad that people are going to investigate it, but I'm not going to sit around and argue about it, because, again, I'm just going to do the things that I know that I can do, which is I can study materials if somebody hands them to me. I can tell them how to study them if they want that information, or how to do it. They can listen to me or not if they want. And then I can study the medical harms of people who said that certain things have happened to them, and I can report the data. And people can look at the data. And the good thing about doing it that way is that once they get them to agree that the data is real, you can then say, well, look, stop asking me to come up with explanations for it. You have a brain, use it. You tell me what it is. And if you don't know what it is, then being an armchair critic is just, it feels good, but it is ultimately a sterile approach to thinking and science and intellectualism.
Now, my final question for you is about the stigma. And we all know it existed. Years ago, Dr. James E. McDonald wrote a paper, Science and Default, and it's a quasi-paper. It was actually a presentation, and this was the text of it. And it was done in 1969, and it basically said, there's science here, we need to be looking into this phenomena, and then essentially his career got ruined and his reputation got ruined, and he committed suicide just because of his interest in UFOs, which is about as innocuous of an interest as you could have. What's the big deal? So that stigma held the study back. But if you read that paper, it looks like it could have been written yesterday. The situation was the same back then as it is today regarding the stigma. So what do we do to destigmatize this? And I mean, do you just go with it and not care? I mean, as a scientist, how do you deal with the sort of, I think Stanton Friedman called them noisy negativists, and people that say, well, there's nothing to this and that's that, when in fact there's enough out there now at this point to say that there's science to be done here? How do you deal with that?
I honestly, I think you just go ahead and do it, but you do it in a credible way. I mean, people, and that's what I'm trying to teach people, is that there's a rhetoric for how you talk about it. And that's, at least my limited minor contribution, is data, not conclusions. And then second, at least from a scientific point of view, don't focus on things that there's no answer to, right? Historical events, trying to argue the truthfulness of them with whatever data you have. The only thing you can do is get more data that proves your point. So I think the stigma is first that. And then second is, as I've been recently talking about, separating and making people understand what that the classes of proof are different for different individuals. So don't move one class of provability from one domain into another. So you can't move anecdotal individual experiences into the domain of science, because scientists talk a different language. You can say, I don't care to prove anything to scientists. That's perfectly legitimate. But don't expect a scientist to agree with you if that's their standard of proof. And so I think that the very fact, though, that credible individuals such as pilots and others have come forward, and even you just need to look at the social media lately, commercial pilots claiming what they've seen and talking about it now openly. I think the walls have begun to crumble around the stigma, where it's now more possible to talk about. I mean, I had a fundraising conversation Well, I had started a fundraising talk about cancer in my work to a group of extremely wealthy families about 6 or so months ago. And they wanted me in half of that time to talk about my UFO stuff. And so I followed up with discussions with many of them, some of whom are interested in funding further research, cancer research, and others are funding the inquiries into UFOs, this kind of policy work that I've been starting to talk about. Because they find an individual who's credible in one field, science, mainstream cancer research, talking about this in a credible manner, and Avi Loeb talking about his stuff in a credible manner. And there's few, I would hate to get in an argument about science with Avi because he'll crush you. I mean, he's just so good at that kind of rhetorical question and quick on his feet that's the kind of thing where we need to change the equation about the use of shame, right? Shame has been used against people doing this. And now I think enough scientists are coming forward and saying, you know what, it's actually shameful to not ask these questions. So, we can turn the tables on the critics by pointing out the styles of rhetoric that they're using and they're actually intellectually dishonest, and say, look, but it takes time to recognize what those, let's say, Machiavellian approaches are that people are using, and the intellectual sleights of hand that they use to say, look, that's actually, that you're actually cheating by using that kind of an approach. It's fraudulent to approach the argument that way. And so if we can start to frame the argument in scientific terms, you can show how it's possible to talk about these things, and that where it's okay to ask the question, that not asking the question is actually the dishonest approach. You can always argue, should we be talking about this versus child poverty, or should we be putting money into this versus saving the rainforest? That kind of false equivalency is always in the wings, and the answer is kind of a funny thing. A famous scientist once said, "Focus on everything."
Focus on everything. And Doctor, we are out of time. Thank you for appearing with us. And I very much look forward to results from both your work and the Galileo Project. And let's try to figure this out in an open, honest way.
Well, thank you so much for your questions. It was really fun.
Event Horizon and my channel are now available as a podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and YouTube memberships. Early ad-free episodes, bonus episodes, and sleep-focused content. Sign up now by clicking the links below to your platform of choice.
Gather round. It's time for the yearly budget.
Oh, good. What am I going to lose this year?
John, you are allocated the following: $13 per week for food and essentials. You are further allocated $3 per month for item beard maintenance. End of allocation.
Wait a minute. That's 50 cents more than last year.
We've had a good year. End of allocation.
Can't believe I gained 50 cents.
Yes, John, 50 cents. End of allocation. Mr. Sprocket Davis BA MSc, you are allocated the following: $14,324.19 for item discretionary fund. End of allocation.
Wait a minute. First of all, the possum's name changes each week, so we just need to start calling him the possum from now on and not giving him a proper name. Number two, how is it that his funding is orders of magnitude more than mine?
End of allocation, John.
Look at the itemization of this funding that the possum's getting. $2,000 for pterodactyl resurrection. We really don't need pterodactyls, especially in this house.
End of allocation.
And then look at this, $400 for fur regeneration. I mean, granted, he's got a beautiful head of hair, but at some point, I don't have any.
End of allocation, John.
And what's completely missing out of this itemization is Anna's expenses and funding. Anna, come clean. How much are you spending on parts? Who exactly is paying the exorbitant $40 a month for internet access when I'm still on dial-up? And I don't even get to use that internet. I'm still on dial-up.
End of allocation, John.
And what about this electric bill? It looks like something in this house is using 10 times more energy than a normal air conditioner in midsummer. Is it some unholy experiment by the possum, or is it you, Anna?
End of allocation, John.
Anna, look at this electric bill. How much electricity are you using per month these days? Anna, what's in the shed out back? Now, even more importantly, how did we get a shed out back? Look at it. The opossum has built a shed in the backyard, and it has a sign on it, beware of pterodactyl. And why is the building glowing? Wait a minute, I hear bagpipes. Anna, how is it that you can allocate $600 to the possum for Loch Ness Monster observations? Look, is he going to go to Scotland and just sit there looking for the Loch Ness Monster? Or, wait a minute, he's bringing it here.
You have fallen into Event Horizon with John Michael Gaudier. In today's episode, John is joined by Professor Avi Loeb. Avi Loeb is the Frank B. Bird Junior Professor of Science at Harvard University, Chair of Harvard's Department of Astronomy, Founding Director of Harvard's Black Hole Initiative, and Director of the Institute for Theory and Computation within the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. He also chairs the Advisory Committee for the Breakthrough Starshot Initiative, serves as the Science Theory Director for all initiatives of the Breakthrough Prize Foundation, as well as Chair of the Board on Physics and Astronomy of the National Academies. He is the author of 4 books and over 700 scientific papers. He is an elected Fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, the American Physical Society, and the International Academy of Astronautics. In 2012, Time selected Loeb as one of the 25 most influential people in space.
If you would have asked Clyde Tombaugh what to send, he probably would have said hair or something like that. Something that you could...
A stem cell.
Yeah, a stem cell.
Or it could also be an electronic record of his DNA so that anyone finding it would be able to reproduce him. And unfortunately, ashes are of no use. You can't do anything with them. It makes no sense to send the ashes. It's just a ritual that came from the time that humans did not really understand what the DNA is.
You know, it's interesting, though, because maybe the aliens could infer something anthropologically about us. They could say, well, they have funerary rituals that involve cremating. If you could even tell that, it may just simply be carbon. But they may also say, why did they send us a carbon sample? what's so...
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me why was this ritual developed, most likely it's to prevent disease from people that die. That if you burn it up, then the likelihood of anything surviving is practically zero. But in retrospect, you can't use those ashes to celebrate the person who was burned. So that makes no sense.
It bothers me. So, well, we live in a dangerous world. We know that. And we could have a nuclear war, and we could perhaps even go extinct. And if they find a spacecraft full of ashes and they look at our planet and it's full of ashes, then what would they conclude?
Well, they would simply conclude that we are not that intelligent. One reason I seek intelligence in space is that I don't find it very often here on Earth.
We're still precariously killing each other, unfortunately, which you would think that we could have gotten past that by now, but we haven't.
Well, there is hope in the sense that if we do find evidence for a smarter kid on the block, perhaps it would convince us that we should treat each other as equal members of the human species. Because if you look at human history, very often you find a group of people trying to feel superior relative to other people, and that is the cause of wars and killings and so forth. And that would make no sense if there is something out there that is far more superior relative to all of us.
And if we saw such a thing, maybe we could think in that mindset,
Well,
as has been pointed out many times before. If we see an alien civilization, perhaps then we become the human species as opposed to groups.
Yeah, in a way, that's what religion brings. It brings a sense of humility because of the belief in a higher power. And what I'm saying is that even people who do not believe in God, once they realize that there is something superior out there, they might behave differently. There is very small chance that if we find others, they would be at the same evolutionary stage as we are, because the recent technological and scientific advances that we made were made only over the past century. And that's 1 part in 100 million of the age of the Earth. So the chance of us finding another civilization exactly at our technological development stage is very small. Most likely it would be far more advanced than we are, let's say 1,000 years from now, or much more primitive than we are, the way we were over the past million years before the last century. So if they are primitive, perhaps the only way for us to find them would be to go to the jungles of an exoplanet and search for them. Okay? But that is very demanding because we have to send a spacecraft, it will take a huge amount of time to get there, and then we have to search through the jungles. So that's not very promising. The second possibility is that at least one or some of them are much more advanced than we are, in which case our job is relatively easy. They will come to visit us, and they may have done it already. So all we need to do is allow for that possibility and search the sky. And if you think about it, it's most natural that military personnel will identify evidence for unusual objects because their day job is to monitor the sky for national security purposes. Astronomers are focusing on very large distances. They worry about galaxies at billions of light years away. So if something passes in front of their telescope, they just ignore it. And they also focus on a very narrow field of view. The James Webb Space Telescope looks out. It doesn't look at Earth. And so it's only the government that is really interested in objects near Earth. And it's striking that the Director of National Intelligence talks about objects that military personnel report about, that perhaps are detected by our satellites. And then the first 2 interstellar objects that were discovered, the interstellar meteor from 2014 and Oumuamua, both of them looked like outliers, didn't look like the comets or asteroids we find in the solar system. So my point is, we only started to look carefully recently, over the past 5 years or so, and we already see things that are unusual. So perhaps the answer to Fermi's paradox is, why don't you look through your window if you're worrying about where your neighbors are? You can't just sit on the sofa and say, where is everybody, expecting that your neighbors will sit next to you.
Now let's take the 3-prong approach of the Galileo Project, and let's start first with the UAP, and then we'll go to oceanic searching and intercepting Oumuamua-like objects. But first with the UAP and trying to identify what that is and maybe figuring out if there's anything there as far as an alien civilization's activities go. Let me ask you a very vague question. A very vague question, and I want a vague answer. So when you move the instrument around, do you have a list of areas where UAP activity is hot that you can put this instrument to try to collect data on them? I mean, are you compiling a list of candidate areas that are hotspots for this sort of thing?
Yes. The answer is yes, and we will have to select the most promising site. And it's not just a matter of a site that has a lot of reports coming from it. We also need some infrastructure. We need the electricity, internet connectivity, because we need to feed the data into our computers. So there are various considerations that are taken into account. But the key is that we have full control over our instruments. We're calibrating them, we understand them. And moreover, we are looking at the entire sky at any given location. So we don't need to focus on a small part of the sky. We can look at the entire sky at all times. And then once we identify an object of interest, we could, in principle, use another camera that will just track it and get a high resolution image of it. And hopefully, our artificial intelligence algorithms will be sophisticated enough that after gaining some experience with objects in the sky, they would be able to immediately tell us if there is something unusual out there.
Now, what of looking, say you see something at one of these sites and you're like, there's something there. What about trying to detect radio emissions or radar from it?
We do have sensors for that. Now, the philosophy of the project is not to shine anything at the sky, not to be active, but rather passive. And one reason is, if we don't know what's out there, we don't want to induce any interaction with it, including if it's military equipment or civilian equipment. We just don't want to do anything to it. But in addition to that, of course, if it's a populated area, we don't want to do something that would affect the people around. And so our approach is completely passive. And what our radar system will look at the reflection of radio waves from objects in the sky. These radio waves are emitted by radio stations or TV stations, and we will just look for the reflection from objects in the sky without transmitting anything. And then, in addition, we have an instrument that detects any emission from the object itself. So yes, we are definitely sensitive to radio emission from objects in the sky.
So at what point, and I know this is highly speculative, but that's what I do, at what point do you try to induce communication with something like this, that you're confident that this is not of earthly origin? How do you talk to it?
Well, that's an excellent question. As I said before, most likely it would be representing technologies that we don't possess, far more advanced than we can imagine. Just think about humans from a few centuries ago seeing the technologies that we use today. It would look like magic to them. So, and that's just a few centuries ago. Think about a civilization that is 1,000 or 1,000,000 years more advanced than we are. If their probes are visiting us, we won't be able to figure out easily what they're doing. So the first task is to identify them and their properties, to see what they're doing. And then I think there needs to be some international organization, because it starts being of importance to humanity as a whole as to how to engage with those objects once we find them. It's not clear that the objects that were reported are indeed extraterrestrial. They could be still human-made or natural. So that's the first thing we need to clarify. But if we do, for example, read off the label made on some exoplanet, we will know that they didn't come from this Earth. And if they behave in ways that far supersede what we can produce, then obviously they represent technologies that are more advanced. And at that point, there is no protocol as to how to engage and who represents humanity and what to do about it. I think it will be something that many countries will have to come together and decide what to do. It's complicated because it's just like having a visitor in your backyard. You need to respond promptly, and you need to do it responsibly, not to trigger something that would damage humanity. So nobody thought about this. The SETI community thought about how to respond to a radio signal, for example, or a laser signal that comes from very far away. And of course, for that, there is plenty of time because it takes that signal, for example, tens of thousands of years to traverse the Milky Way galaxy. So there is no rush in responding. But having a visitor in your backyard is a much more pressing requirement for us to respond. And we have to be careful, of course, not to misinterpret the intention. So I think at the moment we identify an object like that, the first goal would be to trace it as well as we can and figure out what information it's seeking and try to analyze that data. And the more we know about it, the better we can decide how to respond.
Do you think that it would be best to first send a scientific message to anything we contact, whether it's a radio signal from very far away or a UAP hovering over the ocean? Should we send out something along the lines of 1420 megahertz hydrogen line? We send out a signal, and then we send out, after that, a signal stepping up from that shows a depiction in radio of, say, the Lyman series, which is ultraviolet, but if you see it in radio, it obviously is artificial. A scientific signal that any scientist in the galaxy will recognize may be the best way to begin a communication. Do you agree or disagree? How do we talk to this?
No, I don't think that's necessarily a good idea, because if there is a large technological gap, if that technology, as I said, is much more likely to represent a civilization much more advanced than we are, then anything we do is completely irrelevant. Just imagine ants on the sidewalk. They can decide about a protocol, how to signal to people passing by something, but if a biker rides along that sidewalk, the biker wouldn't care less about the signals that the ants are trying to relay. The biker may actually go over some of these ants, being careless. And also, it doesn't really matter which crack in the pavement those ants occupy. So national borders are completely irrelevant. And it all depends on the blueprint of those devices that we might find. What are they trying to seek? What are they trying to accomplish? One possibility that you can think of is these are self-replicating devices. They were first envisioned in 1948 by von Neumann, John von Neumann, the mathematician physicist, who talked about self-reproducing automata. It was a thought experiment, and he was thinking about systems that can replicate themselves, even with mutations, in the sense that the information they pass from one generation to another could change as long as the device that replicates that information remains constant. And he came with the idea before the double helix structure of the DNA was discovered. So he actually realized an idea that you can find in nature. And when DNA structure was understood, then it became clear that, in fact, there is an example of those self-replicating systems and in our genetic material, and that replicates cells. And but an interesting question. I mean, this is terrestrial life. Could we generalize it from natural selection of evolution to technological selection, to space, interstellar space? Is it possible that there are devices that were manufactured by another civilization that can replicate themselves just like the DNA does it, but they are made of technological equipment that was designed to behave this way and is using the raw materials that such devices find on an exoplanet? And even if they are propelled just by chemical rockets, they can traverse the entire Milky Way galaxy in 500 million years. And that means that within 1 billion years, they can replicate exponentially. And in principle, every habitable planet in the Milky Way galaxy could have some of those in its atmosphere. And the question is, do we live in that reality? Perhaps these unidentified objects in the Earth's atmosphere are just those devices. And obviously, if we get more data on those UAP, we could tell. We don't know if UAP are extraterrestrial, whether they are self-replicating using materials on Earth. But as I said, let's find out. Let's collect that data. That's what the Galileo Project is trying to do. And the more data we have about what an extraterrestrial object is doing, what information it's seeking, we could at least get a sense of what it's trying to accomplish, and then decide about a protocol, whether to engage with it. And as I said, I mean, these are autonomous, most likely autonomous systems that have a goal in mind, and they may be equipped with artificial intelligence, with 3D printers, or with whatever devices allow them to replicate or probe the environment. But we should find more about them if they exist, and it would be fascinating to learn from them.
So say we have a von Neumann probe, a von Neumann 3D printer sitting in the solar system that's been there for God knows how long, printing out probes, atmospheric probes that are dipping in the atmosphere, and people are seeing them, and voila, you have a UAP of alien origin. But if you have that von Neumann 3D printer, the question is could we find that? In other words, as opposed to Oumuamua cooking through the solar system and we see really strange characteristics, do you think we have any hope of ever identifying a von Neumann 3D printer in the solar system, in the vastness of it, just sitting there printing out probes?
Oh, definitely. All we need to do is examine the properties of objects that we see close to Earth. We can't see objects very far away because they reflect very little sunlight. But there are two types of objects we can imagine finding. There are those that behave just like New Horizons will behave in 1 billion years. It will not be functional anymore. It will be space trash. So you could find a lot of objects that are defunct, that are just floating through space without doing anything. Perhaps even fragments of a bigger spacecraft that disintegrated as a result of a collision or something like that. And then there are those functional probes that could be hovering near Earth trying to do something. And in order to figure out the properties of such objects of both categories, we just need to monitor the sky. And those that are not functioning could, if they collide with the Earth, they would burn up like meteors. So here is a possibility for the interstellar meteor. It was some artificial equipment that was not functional anymore. And I don't know what Oumuamua was, but what we need to look for are objects that do not resemble rocks. And what happened with Oumuamua is that it exhibited qualities that are not shared by rocks we had found before. And so my colleagues in the mainstream said, okay, well, it's a rock of a type that we've never seen before. That was the explanation given by the mainstream community, dismissing any possibility for an artificial origin. And I say, if it's a rock of a type that we've never seen before, we better allow ourselves to find equipment.
The idea of a rock of interstellar origin of a type we've never seen before, which it seems to be metallic, the way it held up, is in itself absolutely astonishing. But my question for you here is, are you prepared to do isotope studies to see what is the origin of this? Is this from the solar system? Even if it's something really, really strange, like a solid piece of titanium or something that shouldn't exist. Have you thought of ways to determine if it's interstellar origin, based on isotope studies?
Definitely. So the moment we will collect those fragments, we will study them. And my goal is to keep it a scientific project. I was approached by various people who asked whether they can commercialize this expedition, and I declined because I want the fragments to be available in a museum or university to any scientist worldwide to analyze them later. I actually also spoke with the curator of the Museum of Modern Art in New York City, and she said that she would be delighted to put those fragments on the exhibit because it may represent modern art, especially if it's artificial in origin. But we will figure out the composition using standard methods of X-ray spectroscopy, of mass spectroscopy, and various methods. And at the very least, even if it's natural in origin, like an iron meteorite, we could confirm that it came from outside the solar system because, as you say, the abundances of different isotopes or elements would be different than we find in solar system rocks. And from that, we will be able to tell that it was interstellar, irrespective of the speed that the object was moving in. So those doubters that say they don't believe the US government and this object may have had large uncertainties in its speed that the government is not allowing us to see, all these doubts will not be founded because we will be able to confirm that the composition of the object is different from solar system objects. So there is that potential. But there is also the potential of finding an object with a composition that nature doesn't put together.
I have a difficult question, Dr. Loeb. And this is something that when thinking about this, now I'm a skeptic. I'm a skeptic regarding UAP of an alien origin hypothesis anyway, naturally. But what if it is? And we have the U.S. Navy with intense interest in the phenomena right now, being driven by congressional hearings and things like that. What if they try to unilaterally communicate with it? In other words, they're sitting on an aircraft carrier group trying to communicate with these things before we have any sort of international consensus. Do you think that is a danger right now, that we might make a misstep by having not the wrong people, but misguided people trying to contact the UAP?
Well, I'm not so worried about the Navy or military or government trying to do that. I'm more worried that once we collect scientific data and it's clear that we identified an object, let's say, of extraterrestrial origin, which is not guaranteed, but just imagine that scenario, that even if there is an international committee that decides about a protocol, there might be some irresponsible person deciding to engage with the object in ways that would endanger the rest of humanity. That's what I'm worried about. Not an organization like the military or the government doing it, but an individual just being irresponsible, trying to get the headlines. And it's not clear how you can police all people such that this will not happen. Moreover, the response of the public may be unpredictable because some people will behave in a way that is not rational. And hopefully, those devices are intelligent enough to avoid the risks that come together with such a response.
Now, the third prong of the Galileo Project, looking for interstellar objects passing through the solar system. And of course, obviously, the Vera Rubin Observatory is going to be of great importance here. But if you see a population, so we see Oumuamua, and Oumuamua is clearly very strange, whatever it is. And we have two options here. Either we'll see a population of them, and we say, well, we have some kind of new object, whether it's of alien origin or not, but we have some kind of a new object. But what would the connotations be of not ever seeing anything like Oumuamua again? In other words, it becomes a wow signal.
Right. So that really depends on what the nature of Oumuamua was, because you can think of two scenarios. Suppose there are artificial objects out there. One scenario is that they target the habitable region around stars, the region where life may exist, because they are seeking information about those forms of life that may exist around each star. And in that case, those probes will be on plunging orbits that go head towards the star and get within the habitable region around it. And for any object that you find within the habitable region, you can calculate how many were sent from far away towards that region, okay? Given the travel time, given the amount of time that you were looking. Another scenario, which is very different, says, let's imagine those probes just floating through space with no intention. And then they have a uniform distribution and random directions of motion. And then you find one of them by chance within the region that the Earth covers as it moves around the sun. Now, you might say, okay, so how different are these scenarios? It turns out, since the solar system is 100,000 times bigger than the Earth-Sun separation, the volume that it occupies is 10 to the power 15 times bigger than the volume of the region that the Earth circles around the sun, which is roughly the habitable region. So that means that there should be 10 to the power 15 more objects in the second scenario compared to the first scenario, if you just randomly find an object in both scenarios. That's a big factor, 10 to the power 15. And in fact, the interpretation of Oumuamua as a natural rock of a type that we've never seen before has requirements for the total mass that is ejected in such objects from stars that is quite unusual. We wrote a paper a decade before Oumuamua was discovered where we tried to forecast how many interstellar objects should be out there. And the number was much, much smaller than the number implied from the detection of Oumuamua. We thought that nothing will be found. But then Oumuamua was found, so that revised the population upward to a very uncomfortable level. Most models for planetary disks cannot accommodate such a large population of interstellar objects. You need more than an Earth mass of such objects ejected from every star, and that's a lot. And so the alternative is these are probes that are directed into the habitable zone. Then you cut down the amount of mass that you need to eject or the amount of production of such object by a factor of 10 to the power 15. So it all depends on what these objects are.
My question for you now is much more earthly. And say, for example, you start collecting data on UAP, and you begin to suspect that this might be the actions of a nation state, and that someone recently commented to me that, it's like a cat laser, a cat pointer that you can drive animals crazy with, and light can defy the laws of physics, seemingly, if you have a beam of light and things like that. If you begin to suspect that you're seeing some top secret technology, a spoofing technology from another nation state, given the openness of the Galileo Project, do you just throw that out there publicly, or do you warn governments? What do you do if you start to think you're seeing something top secret from another nation state?
Well, I actually met Avril Haines in the green room of the Washington National Cathedral before we went on stage back in November 2021. And I made a promise that anything that appears to be human-made, I'm happy to deliver it straight to DC, Washington, for those who are interested in it, because for us, it's not of great interest. And the same I'm happy to do with anything that looks natural. If we have a high-resolution image of a bird, I would be glad to deliver it to a zoologist. I have no interest in that. So we focus on something else. And because that's a subject of great interest to astronomers, to scientists more broadly, and to humanity at large. And anything to do with humans is not very interesting to me. I mean, it could represent technologies that we don't possess, maybe some adversaries have, but the point of the matter is that in a decade or two, these technologies would be regarded as old-fashioned. So it's not of interest to me. It's, of course, of interest to intelligence agencies. And I would assume they know more than me about what's out there that is human-made. So they would never speak to Congress about objects they cannot identify if they had the suspicion that humans made them.
Yeah, which is interesting in and of itself. Yes, that thought has occurred to me. Now, you have written in the past on the idea of searching for techno-signatures close by in the context of looking for city lights, artificial lighting on exoplanets at, say, Proxima b, close by. if we were to find some kind of a signature like that was very close, next star system over, that would, statistically speaking, suggest a population of alien civilizations that's enormous. Someone has populated the galaxy if they're that close. Not necessarily, but it would suggest it. So if we did find something like that, do we have to start asking questions about prior technological civilizations on Earth? I mean, could it be something that came from this planet as opposed to something from another star system entirely?
Well, this is a question worth studying, irrespective of us seeing anything out there. I mean, we can examine the face of the moon. If there was a lunar landing that predated the Apollo era, then it may have been related to a previous civilization that existed on Earth. We should check. I mean, the surface of the moon is like a museum. It records everything that landed on it. But regarding lights, artificial lights, about a decade ago, we visited with a colleague of mine, Ed Turner from Princeton. There was a conference in Abu Dhabi when NYU celebrated their new campus there. And we went there, and there was a tour. And the tour guide bragged about the fact that Dubai can be seen all the way from the moon. It generates so much light that you can see it from the moon. And that inspired my colleague and me to ask the question, if we were to use the deep images of the Hubble Space Telescope and now the Webb Telescope, what can we see and how far away in terms of city lights? So we found that you can see a city like Tokyo all the way to the edge of the solar system, out to the Kuiper Belt. So if there was a city like that on Pluto, or if you had a spacecraft that generates as much light as Tokyo, then those deep images that the Webb generates could reveal those lights. And how would you be able to tell that it's actually artificial light source rather than reflection of sunlight? Well, it's very easy. Even if they have exactly the same spectrum, as the object changes its distance from the sun, reflected sunlight fades away inversely with distance to the fourth power, whereas a source of light, like a light bulb, fades away as inversely with distance squared. And the extra factor of 1 over distance squared is simply because when you reflect sunlight, the amount of sunlight impinging on the surface of the object declines inversely with distance squared. And on top of that, what we see from that object after it reflects that sunlight has another factor of 1 over distance squared. So you can tell by how objects fade away as they move away from the sun, whether they produce their own light or reflect sunlight. And when I asked a scientist from Caltech called Mike Brown, who discovered many objects in the Kuiper Belt, I asked him, did you ever check how they change their flux as they move away from the sun? Does it decline inversely with distance to the fourth or distance squared? He said, why should I check? It's obviously inversely with distance to the fourth. And so that illustrates the way astronomers often think. They think they know the answer in advance. And here I was talking with an observer.
And that, Mike Brown, that's Planet 9 as well. The idea that maybe there might be something else out there, another planet.
Yeah, so a year later, he came up together with Konstantin Batygin, who used to be a postdoc next door to my office. They came up with the suggestion that maybe there is an unusual object called Planet 9 out there. But what I'm saying is the vocabulary of what is called unusual really is on the eyes of the beholder. For example, we don't regard birds as unusual. We see birds all the time, and people have been seeing them for millennia. But only about 120 years ago, the Wright brothers were the first to imitate how birds fly. And before that, humans never did what birds do. So even though it looks unusual, birds are actually quite extraordinary if you think about it, that we were able to imitate them only a century ago. And to me, that illustrates the fact that what people regard as ordinary or extraordinary is really a psychological matter. And many times we put blinders. We don't look because we assume that we know the answer in advance. So anything in the sky must be a natural rock. Any object in the Kuiper belt must be reflecting sunlight. And my point is, let's just be open-minded and check, because we might be surprised, and that may provide an answer to Fermi's paradox.
Avi, do you think that in the current climate, whether it's radio astronomy or any other search for extraterrestrial intelligence, do you think we would miss it if it was right under our nose in the scientific community just because we perhaps might be too skeptical?
Yeah, I do, except I'm trying to change it. There was an interesting paper that came out on the archive last week that suggested that most astronomers make a choice of a career in astronomy as a result of being fascinated by science fiction. That was a surprise to me, because I don't like science fiction. I like science and I enjoy fiction, but I don't like the marriage of the two, because the storyline very often violates the laws of physics. But given that, I would have expected my colleagues to be much more open-minded and invest more funds in the search, not just the search for radio waves, which is traditional SETI, which is just like trying to have a phone conversation. You need a counterpart to be active when you're listening. And that's not always possible, because we cannot listen to Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart on the phone. We can find the notes, the music notes that he wrote. And in much the same way, we can find objects that were launched into space by other civilizations, but they may be dead by now, because most of them existed billions of years ago. And so the traditional SETI is not the full story. It's also not necessarily the best way to find evidence. It's better to engage in interstellar archaeology, looking for objects that are relics of civilizations that died by now. And what I find is hostility towards that engagement, towards that search. And currently the Galileo Project is funded by private donations. I think it should have been funded by the traditional funding agencies, just the way we are funding the search for dark matter. We have been searching for decades. Billions of dollars were invested. We haven't found it yet. So if we will invest billions of dollars in the search for technological equipment from other civilizations and not find anything within a few decades, we'll be at exactly the same point as the search for dark matter is right now. And so what I'm saying is, given the fact that the public is very interested in this question, apparently the government is very interested, and that a lot of astronomers made this career choice by being fascinated by science fiction, it would be just natural for us to engage in this search. And I'm trying to change the intellectual culture such that this would be acceptable and not ridiculed.
Now, my last question for you, Dr. Loeb, is in regards to results from the Galileo Project early on, that there are papers in the works. And I'm not asking you to talk about the papers or anything like that, but is there science that we can look forward to being done that will come out soon when they publish, and that we can chew on and start to gain a perspective on what's going on behind the scenes scientifically?
Yeah, so those papers that represent the first year of the Galileo Project, they summarize the suite of instruments that were developed and provide technical details about what we're planning to do with them, including the computational aspects of the project. But they do not yet discuss any data, because we haven't obtained it. That will be the goal of the second year of the Galileo Project. So hopefully the next batch of papers will have data and analysis of data. And I would be delighted to speak with you again when that comes out.
Of course. Now, other instruments. Are you planning other instrument packages to be distributed around and collect data from multiple points?
Yeah, so we purchased already a magnetometer that measures the magnetic field of objects in the sky, and also counter for energetic particles. And our audio system is sensitive to wavelengths that go outside the sensitivity of the human ear. We go all the way to long wavelengths, which is called infrasound, wavelengths of a few kilometers, and also to very short wavelengths that are called ultrasound. But I should say that the human ear was selected such that it will identify threats. And we are sensitive to those wavelengths that are most relevant for survival. So very short wavelengths of sound waves dissipate across short distances in the atmosphere. And so you can't really hear anything from far away that would warn you in advance of a threat. And very long wavelengths do not carry much information. So it's interesting that natural selection basically dictated the sensitivity of the human ear. But within the Galileo Project, we have sensors that go way outside of it, and we can listen to the entire spectrum. And we shall see what that system is already working and collecting data. It also can warn us if there is anyone coming close to our system of sensors, because we are recording everything all the time.
Amazing. I can't wait to see the results. All right, Dr. Loeb, thank you for appearing with us today, and I wish you great luck. And I am very, very keenly interested in seeing what the Galileo Project turns up in its second year.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let's take a ride. More to come in this marathon of John Michael Godier's Event Horizon. In today's episode, John is joined by Jacob Haqq-Misra. Jacob Haqq-Misra is a senior research investigator at the Blue Marble Space Institute of Science. As a member of the American Geophysical Union and the International Astronomical Union, his research focuses on understanding the conditions that allow life to survive on Earth and the possibility of detecting signatures of biology or technology on other planets. He also studies the possible futures of life in the solar system. He received his PhD in meteorology and astrobiology in 2010 and his MS in meteorology in 2007 from Penn State University. He is joined by Thomas Fauchy. Thomas Fauchy is a space research scientist employed at the American University at NASA. His research interests involve the modeling of exoplanetary atmospheres, climate, and circulation using general circulation models, with a particular emphasis on clouds. He also employs radiative transfer tools such as the Planetary Spectrum Generator to simulate atmospheric characterization of rocky exoplanets and biosignature detection with future space-based observatories. He is also interested in the climate and forecast simulation of Mars to develop a global forecast system that would help future NASA Mars missions. Remember to subscribe to Event Horizon so you never miss an episode.
Jacob Haqq-Misra and Thomas Fauchy, welcome to the program.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, you've both been party to two recent papers regarding the detection of alien technosignatures, far or near. And my question for you to start is, all right, so what are the likelihoods of seeing a close technosignature, such as within the solar system, versus seeing a very distant one out in the galaxy somewhere light years away? Is it more likely that we would see a detection of alien life very far out as opposed to very near, or are the odds about the same?
For me, I don't think we can say anything about the odds. I think we have very little searching that's actually been done. And we don't know anything about alien life. We don't know how common it is, how rare it is. We can get into talking about the Fermi Paradox. All we can say is we know there's not spaceships flying around the solar system every which way that they're so obvious that we see them. That's pretty much all we can say. Is you can rule out some of those extreme sci-fi scenarios of like a galactic club in some level, but not much more. So I don't know. We might find techno-signatures with James Webb. We might find something on Mars. I don't really think we have a likelihood.
Yeah, I agree with Jacob. I mean, it's we don't have data so far, so we need to completely, to stay open on the question. And same goes for the biosignatures. Actually, as Jacob just mentioned, we may find first sign of biosignature on a very distant exoplanet, or maybe we will find some on Mars. So it's very hard to tell right now.
In the past, if an alien civilization had visited Earth, and we have to bear in mind that Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and throughout that entire time, somebody could have visited in the very distant past, do we have much of a hope of finding any evidence of their visit?
Well, it depends on where they visited and what they did. So if you visited Earth, the surface of Earth is very active. Things get resurfaced really fast. And so even if there was some artifact on Earth that some visitors had left, it might be really difficult to find. It might have already gotten bound up in other processes, geologic processes, if that was a long time ago. If it was on the moon, maybe you have a better chance at finding something that's been left there, maybe an artifact, maybe waste, because the moon is a more serene environment and things are left undisturbed there. So I think it just depends on what activities they were up to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is this interesting paper by David Schmidt and Adam Frank about the Silurian hypothesis. We were like, would it be possible to detect industrial civilization in the geological record? And so that was a very interesting paper a few years ago. And that's not that easy, actually, because geological processes can really resurface a lot of things and can be also an open question. I think maybe the only thing we may be able to find would be like a very high density of heavy metals and things like that. That could be a clue. But otherwise, yeah, we on the scale of 100 of million or billion of years, we can really have everything completely erased.
What is, in ideal conditions, and let's set aside the idea of space travel, that it would be much harder to go and search some Kuiper Belt object or something like that for a technosignature versus searching the moon. What is the ideal environment for preservation of an alien artifact within our solar system? Where could we go and say that's the best place to look?
That's a good question. Tomas, if you have any ideas, go for it.
Yeah, it's a tough one indeed. I mean, I will say a place where we have a lot of data, at least because we are really data driven. Of course, on Earth, we have a lot of satellites, we have a lot of observation. But even like for the moon and Mars, we have many orbiters and instruments. That could be a nice place. And there is no anymore, drastic change on their surface. And so I would say, yeah, it could be a place where you have a combination of a lot of instruments, a lot of data, and also something that is not, changing all the time. Like on Venus will be extremely challenging, for instance, or Titan, you can change also very quickly. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Maybe I would add, you could look, if you're looking for free-floating artifacts, maybe some of these stable Lagrange points. So there's stable points in orbits between two bodies where objects, debris, asteroids will kind of trail along with the planetary body. So that might be where some alien probe that's no longer working ends up. Or maybe it's a place to just observe us, whatever its mission is, if it's an alien probe. You can kind of park there with low energy costs. So that could be a place to look.
In regards to placing objects that somebody could discover, we've done this. We've stuck gold records on the side of spacecraft, and we've sent out at least one powerful signal from Arecibo to try to get the attention of aliens, although it was half-hearted. Now, if an alien civilization wanted to say, look, we visited here 10 million years ago, is there a natural place where they would put an object, just like the hydrogen line, where we speculate, well, maybe they would put a signal here? Is there a natural place in the solar system where an alien civilization would put an artifact intentionally with the intent of it being discovered?
So this is like 2001 Space Odyssey, like where do you hide the monoliths? I don't know. That's a great question, because then you're getting into alien sociology. Like, what would they think would be a good idea? We can speculate what we would do if we were trying to get that attention. But if you're talking about some alien civilization that's possibly more advanced than us because they had interstellar travel capabilities, I mean, it's a guessing game as far as I'm concerned. Like, I don't know. Like Thomas just mentioned, every place in the solar system has some lifetime at which things get resurfaced, and there's environmental processes that can weather things and make them difficult to last. So it's a dynamic environment. If you're talking about someone who visited 5 billion years ago and you wanted something to last that long, I actually don't know what could last that long. I'm sure there's something, but I would just be guessing, really.
Yeah, I will put it probably on the moon because it's super close. I mean, we have been there, we are going to be back, and there is not really a lot of change on the moon's surface. I mean, you have still some craters that are changing, but most of the surface remain the same. And so, yeah, I think it would be a combination of being easily reachable and also not changing too much. So I think the moon may be the best place for that.
Now, say we decide as a civilization, whether intentionally or just as a byproduct of us exploring the solar system, say we decided to stick a piece of concrete on the moon, big concrete block, rebar concrete, and bury it. How long would it last, and how would an alien civilization find it as a technosignature?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a little out of my technical expertise, but I mean, I think there's a cratering rate of the moon. Now it's slowed down since earlier times, but there's still impacts. So over time, the moon will get hit by things. But I mean, that might vaporize some of it, depending on how big the impactor is. You might just send some of the concrete up and scatter it, making it harder to detect. It's gonna last, maybe on the order of millions of years, but probably not billions of years. So things can stick around for a while, but when you're talking astronomical timescales, when you get into the billions, things inevitably change.
That would be the ultimate and tragic if an alien civilization visited us 2 billion years ago, left an artifact, and it was obliterated by an asteroid, and we never know about it. So it drives home the point that the universe is very dynamic and that nothing is forever. Now, let me ask you guys this, and I want each of your views on it. Some people will make the case that the UAP phenomenon is compelling and points towards an alien origin for these things. I don't think we're there yet myself, but I wanted to get your viewpoints on that. Is it worth looking into from the perspective of astrobiology to, try to determine if whatever people are seeing, the Navy, etc., is of alien origin?
Well, I'm interested in the study of UAP, not necessarily because of that, but I'm fully cognizant of the fact that a lot of people think that there's a connection between what astrobiologists should be caring about and this. And I can't say that there's no connection because they're unknown and we don't know. So I think in that sense, it's worth a few astrobiologists paying attention to what's going on. But what I've made this comment in the SETI community before. Like, I haven't seen any evidence yet to say that there is a connection between any of the UAP we're discussing now, or even any of the historic cases, that there's a connection between that and extraterrestrial activity in any state. Like, nothing, the data has not convinced me that there is a positive connection yet. But I can think of a hypothetical case in which there is a connection, where you have an alien spacecraft that's headed from Alpha Centauri into the solar system, is flying by Pluto. Well, that's a thing that SETI scientists would care about, because that's a spacecraft that's from another solar system. Well, let's say that spacecraft lands on the moon. Well, that's something that a lot of SETI scientists would care about now too. There are studies that actually consider this idea of looking for artifacts on the moon and Mars and what you would look for. So those things are fine within conventional SETI, but as soon as, if that spacecraft were then to enter Earth's atmosphere and it were to be seen by radar and video camera, you'd call it a UAP right away. And if that's off limits for SETI, then there's a problem, because even if that's not what we're seeing now, that's a hypothetical I can come up with where there is a connection. And so in that sense, we have to be paying attention. We may discover a lot of other things in the process of studying UAP that have nothing to do with aliens, but there's a hypothetical connection, so we should be able to talk about it so that we don't miss something that we're really interested in.
Yeah, I totally agree with Jacob. I mean, there should not have any taboo on that question, and every hypothesis needs to be on the table. And I think it's the best way that we are going to approach that. And you may have seen that recently NASA has built a sort of task force to try to answer those questions. And there is one actually astrobiologist in that team, David Grispoon. And so it's a very good sign.
Tomas, I have a question specifically for you. Do you find a difference? Now, we talk about taboos, as was just mentioned. Do you find a difference between the taboo in the United States versus France? Are the attitudes different regarding the question of UAP?
That's interesting. So we have this network in France, the JPAN, that really look into all the UAP phenomenon. I'm not sure actually. I think it's maybe the same. I mean, I've been interested into the question when I was still living in France, and I don't know if Jacob, do you have any idea on that subject? I know there are a lot of French people from the aviation side, and also some scientists are working in some international team on the question of UAP, but I'm not sure there is a fundamental difference into the way we approach that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's a great question about what the cultural differences are. I mean, my understanding is that the actual sighting of aerial phenomena that are unexplained by military pilots and commercial pilots is a global phenomenon. But how the sort of cultural interpretation of those facts is represented in different nations, I don't know. Actually, I'm more familiar with the United States.
What my interest here is that ultimately what I'm getting at is that, okay, so we have Congress here in the U.S., Jacob, where they're looking into the UAP and asking the Pentagon questions about actual hard data they seem to have. I mean, they seem to have radar contacts and things that we could look at if they weren't classified. So my question is what about France? France operates a nuclear aircraft carrier group like we do, and what are their observations? And would it be helpful? Let me ask you this. Would it be helpful to have a multinational probe into what everyone is seeing collectively to try to determine what it is and if there's anything there that's of astrobiological interest?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there are some new efforts now to try to really have some coordination on the international scale. But yeah, definitely. I mean, we really need data and good quality of data, and for that we need to be able to share them. And so yeah, we're totally in favor about that. Yeah.
In regards to the stigma, the taboo on the subject, which I'm openly tossing off, admittedly, do either of you have any misgivings or fears within the scientific community as members of it, of even talking about the concept of close alien life?
At first, I was a little bit, just cautious about how I wanted to talk about the idea of UAP, UFOs in general. And that's when, Ravi Kopparapu and I published the Scientific American article. We sat on it about a year before we felt the timing was right and ran it by our colleagues and bosses. And that was about the time when the Navy videos were declassified. And so it seemed like the timing was right to try to start talking about this more. I feel like that has been successful. Everyone who's been talking about it has helped to reduce the taboo. So when I go to scientific meetings now, A lot of my colleagues aren't personally interested in UAP still, but they're open to the idea that it is a scientific problem. I think the culture has changed a lot in that respect. And then also for solar system SETI, even totally separate from UAP, just I think having a new generation of scientists come in, taking the idea of techno-signatures seriously. We have a whole host of Mars missions and other solar system exploration. We have private money coming into techno-signatures. So I think the idea of looking in the solar system is more amenable among scientists today too, just for a lot of cultural reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. The mentality are also really evolving. Like if we think about even a biosignature, like, a decade ago or more, it was not really mainstream. Now it's totally is. And a few years ago, the techno-signature research was also not really mainstream. Now it is. So I think, yeah, we basically keep, we have to continue to talk about it, to make some really, rigorous research and looking for data, and that eventually, will change as well.
Now, I mention this because years ago, decades ago, a scientist, an atmospheric scientist named James McDonald looked into this, and he felt ultimately that an alien origin for some of the UAP accounts, and it's important to say accounts because that's not very good data, but he felt that the alien hypothesis was the least worst hypothesis. Was that premature on McDonald's part? I mean, can you really work? I guess what I'm asking is, can you really work from witness accounts and actually come to any kind of solid conclusion, or do you need real data? And what would we do in regards, especially let's take the Galileo Project and Dr. Avi Loeb? What would we do to actually get real evidence to where we could make a determination if there are aliens in our solar system with us, and for that matter, our atmosphere?
Right. Yeah. Great question. So I guess for James McDonald, I really like James McDonald. His paper Science and Default gives a great model for how to explore UAP from a scientist. He does rely heavily on eyewitness accounts, and there is limitations as to what you can do with that. And I think that's just what he had available. And I think he was probably a little premature in jumping to the extraterrestrial hypothesis. I think we really just need to collect more data at this time. But to your point, I think what the Galileo Project is doing is fundamentally the right thing. We can't rely on getting more declassified data. We can't rely on any prior sightings. The data it's very scant. Like you say, a lot of it relies on eyewitness testimony. So you need new data that's collected in a systematic way, the way you do a scientific experiment. And so, the Galileo Project is building a network of sensors it's a multi-sensor array that's looking at optical and infrared wavelengths and capturing sound and capturing other, properties about the weather and other things about the environment, sensing the whole sky across many, many points, so that if there is an object, known or unknown, that crosses the field of view, you're capturing that and you're identifying it, or you're flagging it as something that is unidentified. Now, if you start to find things you don't identify, well, this is where it is very similar to the search for life and technosignatures. Even if UAP has nothing to do with aliens and it's just something unknown, it doesn't really matter at that point, because if you find something in the sky that you can't identify, but you've ruled out airplanes and you've ruled out birds and you've ruled out aurora and everything else, maybe you found aliens, but whatever it is, you have to then dig a lot deeper. You have to ask new questions and conduct new experiments and analyze the data even more to figure out what you can learn about this. And so in the same way, if we looked at TRAPPIST-1e with the James Webb Space Telescope, and we saw something and it looks like atmospheric pollution in the atmosphere, well, that'd be great. I'd be super excited. Maybe we found a techno-signature. But we're also going to have to then play the long game about trying to break our hypothesis. And are there other ways we can explain that data? Are we really missing something? And so, if the Galileo Project finds some anomalies, that's going to be really exciting. But then that's not the end. That's actually the beginning. That tells you what else do we need to learn to actually understand what these things are. And if it turns out that it's extraterrestrial, great, I'm the first one to celebrate. But it doesn't end by just saying there's things we can't understand. Like, you have to understand them and then convince yourself somehow about what it is you're looking at.
I think it would be really sad if we looked at an exoplanet and saw an obvious techno-signature like CFCs in the atmosphere, but they weren't for terraforming purposes. They were just messing their atmosphere up and destroying their ozone layer. We're like, whoa, the first alien detection is really sad. They're destroying their world. Although it could.
Although, you know what? It would actually be okay, because if they were doing that, the odds of us observing an alien civilization in that instant right before they go extinct is really small. We're probably going to catch the long-lived aliens that are, whatever they've been doing, they're able to do it for a while. So if they've got CFCs in the atmosphere and they're just living there, it means they figured out a way to make it work. And then it's not so bad for us. Maybe we can figure out a way.
Yeah, that will be super interesting, because that will also mean that life has, follow the same path, and so that they are also going to their own, pollution of the atmosphere, and that would be actually very interesting.
Well, what would be really interesting is if we saw some megastructure like a Dyson sphere or something that stretches and blurs into science fiction that says alien civilizations last indefinitely, and therefore our chances of lasting indefinitely are great. So the bigger the technosignature you see, higher up on the Kardashev scale, the more interesting it is, because it suggests that at least someone survived long enough to do unbelievably advanced things, right?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the very interesting thing about technosignature. They can be almost anything, and they are likely less ambiguous than the biosignatures. And they can also, as you said, they can remain after the end of a civilization. Like for biosignature, once life is gone on the atmosphere of a planet on a surface, the biosignatures are going to be gone very quickly. When technosignatures can really remain far after the end of a civilization, like technology can stay there for a while. And so that's always the very open question right now. Is it, easier to detect first biosignature or technosignature? Maybe we think like before going to technology, you need to first start as a biology, and so maybe there are way more biosignature across the universe, but their signature is probably much more ambiguous and again maybe a much more short-lived by comparison to technosignatures.
Individual assessments from two scientists, both of you. What do you think the chances are of the mysterious object, Oumuamua, to have actually been something of alien origin? Do you think we're in that territory, or do you think that it was just a weird rock and we should probably not pay too much attention to it and look for future objects?
Yeah, for me, no, it's not. It's absolutely not a mothership. There is no way. That was like, having some interstellar object crossing the solar system was absolutely expected as a natural, phenomenon. The direction where it comes from was also expected, and as many papers have really, demonstrated that it's absolutely not an alien spacecraft.
So yeah, I agree with Thomas. I don't think it's an alien spacecraft. Now, my understanding is that the size of Oumuamua was smaller than what was expected for the first interstellar object we were supposed to see. And I think that's really interesting, because I think it's a totally valid question to ask, are there interstellar artifacts that are technosignatures? And if we want to look for artifacts in the solar system, you have to understand what the background of other non-technological objects coming in and out of the solar system is. So I think Oumuamua is in the second category. It's probably just a rock that came into the solar system, but it didn't seem to match all the theories about what we would expect. And so that we need to understand better how interplanetary exchange of objects occurs, or interstellar exchange of matter occurs. Because the better we have theories for what the frequency of Oumuamua-like objects should be, the better we're going to be able to pick out technological artifacts if they're there.
Now, searching for far technosignatures, you guys recently released a paper on low mass stars and how they might be perhaps targets for alien civilizations that are advanced and spacefaring to go and colonize. Lay that out for me.
Sure. So this is the classic Fermi paradox, where hypothetically, I don't even know if Fermi really asked this question, but the story goes, Fermi was asking, if life is common out there, where is everybody? It wouldn't take very long for one civilization to send out two settlement plan, two sets of settlers to go to other star systems, and those two send two out. And if you do that, you could settle the whole galaxy really quickly. And Michael Hart wrote kind of the seminal paper about this, where he just kind of does a back of the envelope calculation and says, like, look, you could settle the whole galaxy in about 2 million years, traveling at 10% the speed of light. So the fact that we don't see any evidence of aliens visiting the solar system, that means that we're probably alone, or just expansion doesn't happen, and you just don't. If there's life out there, if there's civilizations out there, they just don't expand, because it wouldn't be hard from that point of view with exponential growth and the time scales that we're talking. Not very hard. So where are they? That's the fundamental question. So that's where we come in, and there's lots and lots of explanations to the Fermi paradox, and so I'll just start up by saying, these are fun discussions. The Fermi paradox is supposed to be thought-provoking, and I'm not saying that like this is the only answer, and all the other 200 published versions are these are all just fun ways to think about how can we explain the fact that we don't seem to see any obvious evidence of a galactic empire or something that has been through the solar system. And so in this paper, we point to some work that Bradley Hansen and his colleagues had done, where they point out that over long, and we learned this in astronomy, over long time periods, stars move. It doesn't seem like it when you look at the sky every night, but the stars do move over millions, thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of years. The stars move. And so if you're a patient civilization, which is what Brad Hansen pointed out, you could wait a long time to migrate to another star. And so right now, it might be a few light years away to the nearest star system. But if we were to wait, several, tens of millions of years, that distance would decrease, and you would only have to go, not even a full light year to get to the next star, because you've just waited for a star to drift closer toward you. And so we just kind of extend that further toward looking at the Fermi paradox and say, okay, if you can be patient and use patience as a strategy for galactic settlement, well, then you can actually do exactly what Fermi and Michael Hart suggested. You can, get to all the stars, especially the low mass ones, in a very short time period. But it doesn't require the sort of relativistic space flight of even getting close to the light speed. You just kind of hang out and wait to send your expeditions until the stars get close. And so if you do that, you can kind of patiently explore the whole galaxy and still get to all the stars. And so if they're all going to low mass stars, well, that would explain why we haven't seen them. We're a yellow G dwarf star. And if they're all going to red dwarf stars, that would explain why we don't see them coming into the solar system.
The sun is uninteresting to alien civilizations looking for longevity in their star. Stellar encounters as a method of colonizing the galaxy. So you wait around and red dwarf passes, so you put a probe there or a civilization there or whatever, an off branch. And you do that. Now, over the course of the sun's history, the 4.5 billion year history, how many stars has it encountered roughly close by within, say, 3 light years?
That's a good question. Do you know, Jacob? I know, that definitely has several have, passed nearby, but I have no idea in about the number, actually.
Yeah, I would have to calculate that. We have a formula in the paper to calculate exactly what you're asking, but I just don't remember the relationship, because it definitely depends on that distance. Are you able to travel out 3 light years or 10 or however many? And the number of close encounters you get varies as a function of that distance. So I'll refer you to the equation in the paper.
The number is probably enormous, though, right?
Yes.
Can we say that much?
Over the lifetime of the sun, there's definitely numerous, especially if you're going out beyond 1 light year. then there's going to be dozens to hundreds, if not thousands or more of opportunities.
Yeah, and the sun has been formed in the same, probably the same nebula and the surrounding stars. And so at that time, the proximity may have been also much higher. And so yeah, what we already have tried to do with this paper is a sort of, if I can do an analogy with quantum physics, it's like an optimization of the mean free path, basically, to say, okay, if we have to really wait when it's perfectly optimized to make that travel, because it's probably journeys through space are not trivial, and so we can tend to think that extraterrestrial civilization would like to optimize that.
So does it seem weird? Another question to both of you. Does it seem weird that we see a great silence? I mean, do you agree with the notion that we really shouldn't? We should see them everywhere, and we should see them perhaps here. Does the great silence bother you in that respect, that there really doesn't seem to be any prohibition against aliens? We're an example. We're someone else's alien civilization. Does it seem weird that we see the great silence and that aliens aren't obvious?
I don't know. And do they want to communicate? That's also the thing. I mean, maybe they just want to stay hidden. That's so. Is that question that I'm wondering? Like, I think we don't know even ourselves. If we make our position obvious, are we going to have a civilization that has more like predatory way, and that would be really bad for us? And I mean, maybe every single civilization out there think the same. You always have a bigger fish, and so maybe the wise things to do is not to give up your position, or so at least on a passive way, really trying to mitigate anything we release, and then if one of them want to communicate, it would likely be something like they intended specifically in a specific direction. At least in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think I guess a couple thoughts. One is when I think of our idea, I like this solution to the Fermi paradox as a way of kind of dealing with that great silence. At least the idea of why are we not obviously visited in a way that we would be very convinced without having to do all this extra work. Why does it seem like we're not part of this galactic empire? And so if the civilizations that really last for astronomical time periods are engaged in sort of this slow, methodical exploration, settlement of the galaxy, it sort of makes me think of our life on Earth started, we don't know exactly where, but maybe in hydrothermal vents, maybe in swampy anaerobic areas, something like that. Or G dwarfs, the swamp, and we're crawling out of the swamp, and then life kind of moves on to other star systems. And we're not really interested, in going to hydrothermal vents to build our civilizations. And so maybe G dwarf systems are great for getting life started, just like hydrothermal vents may be great for getting life started. But then then it moves on, and you don't need to hang out in the hydrothermal vent. And so maybe that's an exciting answer to the great silence, is that it's not silent. We just happen to be in sort of the hydrothermal vent of the galaxy. This is just where things get going, and then it moves on later. But I'll also say that I don't think we've looked enough yet. I think we can only rule out very specific versions of the Galactic Club hypothesis. There's not loud omnidirectional radio beacons going on at all times of the day everywhere. That's all we can rule out. Even breakthrough listen can only listen to each star for a couple seconds at a time until you might have missed an important transmission that's coming. So I think with radio and with other types of technosignatures, we're just barely scratching the surface. So I don't think we can actually rule out very much at all. And so with our paper, what I'm hoping is that, I'm interested in from a biosignature and just planetary habitability point of view, also in just the discovery and characterization of these low mass planets, Earth-sized planets around low mass red dwarf stars. So wouldn't it be great if we're studying these planets and it just so happens that that's the best place to look for technosignatures, not because they're the best place for life to evolve, but it's the best place for life to move once it's evolved? That would be really exciting. So I hope it's true. I don't know what the likelihood is, but it certainly would be a fun solution.
The question of us. All right, we are a civilization, and as I said, we are somebody else's alien civilization. So how easily are we detected? Because that might shed light on just how hard it is for alien civilizations to discover each other. So if you're an alien civilization 10 light years away and you look at this star system and you say to yourself, well, G-type stars tend to spawn life perhaps. And you look here, what would you see? Are we detectable as an alien civilization to others?
Well, yeah, there are several ways, right? I mean, we broadcast radio emission for like 100 years or so. But also like simply doing that as what Jacob and I do for exoplanets is just looking at the spectrum of Earth and the sign that into Earth atmosphere. And when, we will imagine for them, because we are orbiting a G star, we are not going to really do transmission spectroscopy, which is not really optimized for planet orbiting such kind of star, but instead we may be going to think about direct imaging, and also that means that really see Earth as a pale blue dot orbiting the sun, and then making an analysis of the color of the light that is reflected by the Earth atmosphere. And from that, we will definitely pick up things like ozone, oxygen, methane, and also techno-signatures, as we have said, like CFCs and things like that. And so, yeah, if we are like 10 parsec away when we are looking back to Earth, with a future direct imaging mission like IRUV or LUVEX, depending on how you will call it, but that the NASA 2020 decadal survey has basically recommended for around 2040, then we will definitely have the capability to observe that. So yeah.
Off the wall question. There is an elephant in the room. The closest star system to us, obviously, is Alpha Centauri, which includes Proxima Centauri, which is a low-mass red dwarf orbiting two sun-like stars. And is this a good place to look? Or statistically speaking, is it a bad place to look because it's simply too close? Because if we had an alien civilization right next door, that would imply perhaps that there are alien civilizations everywhere, and we should see that everywhere. So is that the place to start? That close?
It's a fine enough place to look. Like, given the hypothesis we're proposing in this paper, if we're saying M-dwarf stars are good places for civilizations to migrate, then sure, I think it's worth looking. I think Proxima Centauri b, from what I know, is probably not going to be the most habitable planet compared to some of the other cases. Maybe TRAPPIST-1e is a better case. I mean, again, we should study all of these planets, because we can be surprised. All we can do is guess right now with our models what they're probably going to be like. Of course, if you're really close into the star, you're probably going to be too hot. If you're really far away, it might be hard to get an atmosphere that's not frozen. But we're just barely starting to study extrasolar planetary systems and just scratching the surface of getting data from their atmospheres. So, Proxima Centauri b is not my favorite target, but it's close by. We should study it. Maybe we'll get surprised. That would be amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with Jacob. I mean, of course, there is this project, the Starshot, initiative that will possibly be able to send some probe there. So that will be really interesting. But I'm not super optimistic about Proxima Centauri b, because like the star Proxima Centauri is very active. You have a lot of flares, extremely powerful, and there is absolutely no way with anything we know about planetary atmospheres that any atmosphere can survive around that kind of star. And even if you consider the strongest, unrealistic possible fluxes from the interior of the planet that will be able to replenish the atmosphere, it will not be enough. So if there is an atmosphere on that planet, that means that really all our atmospheric models are wrong.
Now, when we look for technosignatures, we tend to look for what we know, things that our civilization produces, such as radio signals. But is it perhaps more likely that we will stumble into the discovery by finding something incomprehensible that we don't understand, that appears technological, that we don't do, that we don't recognize as either natural or something that we as humans do, but something in the far future that we might do? Do you think that a serendipitous discovery of alien life is possible that will just completely surprise us and take us off guard?
Yeah.
I mean, one of the...
Go ahead.
So, yeah. Well, one of the big things I worry at work is like we may have already observed life, either for like biosignature or techno-signature, but we were not able to recognize it as such, because if it's something really different from what we expect, if we don't have any comparison point, we may completely miss it. And so we may already have observed a lot of timed life around the universe and just not have identified that as life.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I mean, it's possible that Breakthrough Listen has already recorded a message, from extraterrestrials that was beamed toward us, and we just didn't know how to analyze it, right? And it's sitting on a hard drive somewhere. Or another thing we think about is maybe the first anomalous sign that's associated with alien activity is someone who's not doing astrobiology at all, and they just find this signal. In their data set where they're just doing something totally decoupled from astrobiology. So there's lots of examples in science of things like that. So totally possible.
Exactly, specifically on exoplanets, right? The first exoplanet has been discovered in 1991, whereby a scientist looking at pulsars. And so it was really not, anyone searching for exoplanet, but that was the first discovery of any world outside the solar system.
Wow signals and transients. In other words, we don't see sustained alien signals. We just see things like the wow signal where we're left wondering and scratching our heads as to what exactly it was. Do we have much of a chance of detecting alien life unequivocally just simply by picking up weird transients that look technological and we can't explain? In other words, can there be a self-contained, non-repeating SETI signal that we could say, for sure, this is proof of alien life, but we only saw it once?
That's difficult. Transients are hard because in many cases, with science, you like to be able to have things that repeat. But there are things that we study in science that don't repeat. There are fast gamma ray bursts or fast radio bursts, and there are supernovae and other things in astronomy alone. So of course, something like the wow signal just has it's too ambiguous to be able to say for sure what it is, that it's not some unexplained radio frequency interference. But if you were to get some hypothetical transient signal and it had really high information content, it had all the prime numbers, and you just received it once, I mean, that would be a really good candidate. So I think it just depends on the character of the signal.
Yeah, every measurement in any field of science has always, an uncertainty associated to it. And as long as we are good enough, to estimate correctly the confidence level of what we have observed, then I think we will be good. But that's the challenge, is to make the correct assessment of the confidence level of the signal we detect.
Now, I want to point out here, for anybody interested in the two recent papers, there's links in the description below to both of them. Here's what worries me. Okay, so we look for close alien artifacts. We look for objects in the solar system or the atmosphere, close aliens. Does that immediately mean that the zoo hypothesis is the correct solution to the Fermi Paradox? Because whenever you have a close alien civilization that's more advanced than you are, it's in control.
So you're saying if we find artifacts, then that means we're the zoo animal?
Yeah, because by virtue of if you found a dead artifact, a real artifact of a civilization that was here billions of years ago but no longer is, you're still left wondering about the spooky question of where did it go? Where are they now? But if you found active artifacts, that basically means we're curated, right? By virtue of their superior technology.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, right. So in astronomy, things that are short-lived don't stick around usually to be observed for any length of time. So if we're seeing active probes in the solar system, then whoever's on the other end of that has probably been around a lot longer than us. So how you interpret that, that's an exercise in science fiction, but certainly we're not doing that. We're just barely thinking about interstellar probes. So if we find that we've got interstellar probes here from someone far away, they're definitely more advanced than us. And what does that mean is a big question.
Yeah, I have not really anything, to add to that. It's very difficult. Like, they can indeed let a beacon, but and not have, and just have left and been, not very interesting to us as well. It's very hard when we start to think about then psychology and how they will think by comparison to us, it's really a lot into the science fiction and the metaphysics for me. Yeah.
I guess one thing I would add is we still don't know what they're interested in. Like, there might be probes in the solar system because you want to study G-dwarf stars because that's where life starts, and their scientists wanted to study habitable planets. Maybe they're mining bots and they came to mine the asteroids and they don't care about squishy life on Earth. We're just something that happens to be in the neighborhood. So, it's totally possible that the life, is common in the galaxy. It's spread across all the low mass stars, and they don't care about us. We're like ants or like bacteria or something. We just exist, and they just ignore us. We're of no interest. So that's totally possible.
Yeah, and if there is indeed a galactic club, maybe there is a sort of convention, or don't go to a stellar system where life is already there. We don't know.
Now, to evoke the aforementioned Adam Frank, and also Jason Wright for that matter, prior technological civilizations on Earth, could that possibility that we can't rule that out, that there may have been someone here before us that were Earth life as well, since we can't rule that out, does that make it impossible to actually determine if a close alien artifact is actually alien or if it's originally from Earth? In other words, we find some object or make contact with something that's close by within the solar system with us. Given that you can make genetics look like anything you want, you can customize them as far as a future technology goes, or you can change isotopes and metals and make it whatever makeup you want. Is it possible that we could be in a position of finding an alien artifact and never being able to prove, say it's a frozen body from Roswell, and never being able to prove that it's actually a separate abiogenesis from another exoplanet as opposed to Earth life that's simply obscured, hidden, and changed?
I like the way you asked that question because it actually highlights an important part of how science works. In science, you really don't prove anything. And as much as some people get upset about that, like you don't really prove things. What you do actually a lot in science is you disprove things or you falsify things. You come up with a hypothesis and then you try to break it. And if you break it, then you learn something in the process and you come up with a better idea and then you try to break that idea. And so in that sense, whether we're talking about artifacts in the solar system or UFOs, whatever they are, or technology in the exoplanet atmosphere, what we're doing in all of those cases is we're always going to be playing this game of like, yeah, you think it's technology, but what else could it really be? What else could it really be? And so, especially since concluding that it's a technosignature is sort of the most, it's the most far-fetched explanation, or it's the most unlikely given a lot of the context we have. You're going to spend a lot of time trying to break that hypothesis and show that it's not true. So what you're going to end up with, if it really is a technosignature, you're just going to have time after time after time you try to explain the data in another way. Like, oh, well, it's not a technosignature because of this. And then you do that investigation and realize it falls short. And so you're kind of always left with the tentative conclusion that, like, given all the science we've done, this is what we know. So yeah, you'll never really prove it, but you might have really convincing evidence that there's no other explanation.
Yeah, what we do is really a search for anomalies. It's a word. It's really a key word here that Jacob also has said earlier. And of course the more the anomalies will be very different, very far from what we expected and what we know, it will be just more obvious to us. But maybe you would have some anomalies that are a bit ambiguous. But overall, for techno-signatures, for biosignatures, for UAP, all we are looking for is anomalies. And indeed, as Jacob said, then we put some hypotheses to try to explain them.
Now, my last question for you guys is really off the wall, but I'll ask it anyway. Now, your countryman, Thomas, Jacques Vallée, has floated that maybe, along with J. Allen Hynek, that maybe the UAP phenomenon might be weirder than aliens, and that it is perhaps, based on the accounts, again, not very good evidence, but based on the accounts, that it might be even weirder than aliens, unknown science, something dealing with dimensions or something like that. Do you think that sort of reasoning has any legs at all, or should we stick solidly within known science as a philosophy in looking into this, as opposed to asking questions about maybe there's unknown physics here that these things might be taking advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds very science fiction to me, but again, we should not have any taboo, and so I would say, why not? It has to not. It has to be on the table, but of course, again, we have after to rank what seems to be, the easiest possibility. I don't know if the Dockham razor it's something we want to bring here, but yeah, I don't think we need to exclude anything.
Yeah, I think we should certainly not be afraid to entertain any hypothesis. When I hear, explanations for, UFOs invoking, that there's something interdimensional going on, it's a little hand wavy, and maybe that's just shorthand for something crazy that we can't explain. And that's fine. One thing I noticed when I started first getting interested in, the UFO phenomenon and what's really going on here, there seems to be multiple things that get grouped under UFO, under the heading. And there's a category of observations that are things that pilots have seen, that aviation associations are now interested in. And that seems to be what the military is studying and what the Galileo Project is focusing on. Some of these other accounts seem to have more to do with out-of-body experiences, or they have abduction components to them, or some other sort of hallucinatory component that to me is also a really interesting question. It may have more to do with understanding psychology and sociology and some other disciplines. I think that's a separate topic. And I think sometimes the two things get conflated. And so, is there something else to that? What are out-of-body experiences? I think that's a great scientific question, but I think that's actually pretty different than what are the things that fighter pilots are seeing that are also showing up on radar that we can't observe. So I think we just have to be careful to not conflate hypotheses, and at least until there's a reason to decide that there is a relationship with them. And so I think with UFOs and other techno-signature discussions, even in among non-scientists, you can sometimes conflate hypotheses where there's not necessarily an obvious link yet.
I would dearly love it if we got a radio signal that we could actually decode from an alien civilization, and the question they asked us is, what do you guys think the UFOs are?
Unidentified.
So to end this, what are the chances? What do you guys think? Do you think within our lifetime we will actually be able to say that alien life probably exists, or do you think it'll still be an open question 500 years from now?
All I can tell you is I hope we have an answer by the time I'm old, but I don't know what the likelihood is.
Yeah.
But if we don't look, the likelihood is zero.
Yeah, exactly. Same for me. I hope. I hope I will see that. I mean, I'm 35 years old, so I think we still have time. But it's definitely either from the solar system or beyond. Yeah.
I'm hopeful that within my lifetime. Now I'm 47, but within my lifetime that. Well, we may not see a SETI signal or anything like that, but maybe we will crack the chemical process of abiogenesis. And from that, we could say this is either easy or it's hard, and we could just do it from that perspective. And that the alien life question will simply be answered by this process is a lot easier than we thought, so life must be everywhere. So that's my hope.
Yeah, even if we have really, we have searched very hard for super long time, and we still have not found anything, that would be interesting as well. I mean, that's the universe is very, very, very vast. So maybe even, few decades from now, we will not have searched enough. But nevertheless, we will have been through a lot of different instrument techniques and approach, and we will be able to rule out some of the hypotheses in some of the cases, and it would be very interesting.
All right, gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. And again, as I mentioned, the links to the recent papers is in the description below. And I hope sometime we'll check in again when you guys release another paper.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us.
Thank you very much.
Event Horizon and my channel are now available as a podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and YouTube memberships. Early ad-free episodes, bonus episodes, and sleep-focused content. Sign up now by clicking the links below to your platform of choice. What a really great interview. Hey Aaron, have you ever wondered if alternate universes exist?
No, not really. You can't ever prove it. Does it even matter anyway?
Yeah, probably not, I know, but I just can't shake the feeling that there might be more to this. Like I might be in the wrong reality, or the right one.
Well, you could have fooled me. Anyway, have you sent my check out yet?
Wait a minute, it was an alternate reality. The possum has gained control over the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics.
Yes, John. And it seems one of my iterations actually gets paid.
Yeah, none of mine do.
It's not over yet. Join me as we continue to travel through the cosmos on a gentle wave into another episode of Event Horizon with your host, John Michael Godier. In today's episode, John is joined by Dr. Ravi Kopparapu. Dr. Ravi Kopparapu is a planetary scientist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. His research interests are in extrasolar planet habitability, atmosphere modeling and characterization, as well as identifying techno-signatures and biosignatures. He is the co-chair of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics UAP study. Remember to subscribe to Event Horizon so you never miss an episode.
Dr. Ravi Kopparapu, welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Now, Doctor, one of your specializations is in liquid water in the universe, the solvent of life, the very beginning of it all. With exoplanets, there seems to be no reason to suspect that Earth is in any way unique with its liquid water oceans. What are the prospects right now of liquid water being found on exoplanets? Can we actually do that? Can we infer at this point and say that liquid water is common in the universe on planetary surfaces?
Yes, I think it's quite possible for us to detect liquid water on exoplanets. And the reason for that is because one of the few things that we have found, and most important, profound things that we have found in the last few years, is that there are more planets outside our solar system than within our solar system. So far, we know more than 5,000 exoplanets, planets orbiting other stars. And water seems to be one of the most common compound that could form on several of these planets, just based on chemistry and physics. Oxygen is one of the most abundant element, and hydrogen is, of course, the most abundant element in the universe, right? So water seems to be a more favorable compound to form. And with upcoming telescopes, there is a way, definitely a way for us to detect liquid water and on the surface of these planets.
Now, what's the profile look like? Now, you need temperature for liquid water within the habitable zones of suitable stars. But what about pressure, atmospheric pressure, and things like that? What other peripherals are there that define whether liquid water can exist on a planetary surface?
That is an excellent question, actually. So temperature is not the only parameter that you would want to have. As you just mentioned, pressure is also important. For example, if you take a cup of water and keep it on Mars right now, it might boil away even though temperature is pretty cold over there, just because the atmospheric pressure is not enough for water to stay in a liquid form. So different kinds of exoplanets have different kinds of pressure and temperature regimes that could make liquid water to be within the parameter region where it is possible to stay in the liquid form. We have liquid water under the subsurface of some of the moons, Jovian moons, in our solar system. Liquid water could also exist on different chemical conditions. So, for example, we don't need to have nitrogen and oxygen atmosphere to have liquid water. We could have hydrogen, for example. Under sufficient pressures, you could create a liquid water on the surface of a planet if it has only hydrogen and some other carbon dioxide or something like that. So
So we have a very good example of a planet with liquid water oceans. We also have oceans we strongly suspect locked underneath the shells of ice and moons like Enceladus and Europa. But we also have weird ones. We also have Titan with liquid hydrocarbons. So can it be possible, do you think, chemically speaking, for alternate solvents, for example, ammonia or liquid hydrocarbons. Could life of some sort, presumably microbial, arise in those liquids?
It is certainly possible. We need to know the chemistry. So we need to, if we are trying to postulate for a different kinds of life, we need to come up with a life cycle and a metabolism activity that particular life could take and undergo through its life cycle. So we focus mostly on water and water-based life because water is a solvent, a polar molecule, right? It can form chemical bonds easily with other molecules. And so for the kind of life that we see on Earth, it's easy to form these chemical bonds and multiply and form, complex organisms. And that's one of the reasons why we mostly focus on liquid water or water-based life. If we are proposing for a life that looks different, as you just mentioned, with some other chemical compounds, we also need to come up with the biochemistry that can support that kind of life. It's not just enough for us to say, okay, there could be life based on these chemical compounds, but if this life is using these chemical compounds, here is how it can go through a life cycle, its biochemistry. And so if we can come up with a complete theory of that, then yes, it is possible to have a different kind of life, not based on water solvent.
Now, we come up to an interesting situation with the question of microbial life in the universe, simple life. And that is, we look far and near. We look at Mars, we look at anything that looks like it could host microbial life, a second abiogenesis in the solar system. And we have no problem with that. Look for it, send probes. But also, we have the idea of looking for biosignatures in exoplanets, some evidence of life far away. This stands in stark contrast to how we view technosignatures, and we'll get to that in a bit, and the UAP phenomenon, where there is a hesitancy to look close, as opposed to looking distantly for radio signals in SETI. But back to microbial life in the solar system. If it happened here, which we stand as an example, and we have some indicators maybe that there might be microbial life in the atmosphere of Venus or on subsurface Mars. But looking out, what do you think the best biosignature gases that we could detect would be for an exoplanet that would lead us to conclude that there's probably a biosphere present on there?
So this is a really great question, because this is literally what we have been doing right now, and we'll keep doing if we want to discover life on exoplanets. For example, if we want to find, there is not a single biosignature gas or a combination of gases. The reason for that is, if you look at Earth's history, we have several different biosignature molecules that could indicate that there was life on Earth. And the reason why I'm pointing to Earth's history is because that is the only planet we have, a template we have for life that we know of. And so if we look for life 2 billion years ago, at that time there was no oxygen. It was only carbon dioxide and methane dominated atmosphere, along with nitrogen, of course. Nitrogen was always present throughout our Earth's history. And that, if you look at an exoplanet like Earth that was 2.7 billion years ago with modern telescopes, you would find carbon dioxide and methane, and that's a biosignature. And there is also, if you look at the present Earth's atmosphere, you would find oxygen, methane, water vapors, carbon dioxide, and so on. Those are also a combination of biosignature gases. So when we detect these kind of gases on an exoplanet, all we can say is that this is a good indication of a planet with life on it. But we cannot confirm that is indeed coming from life, because there is always a possibility that there is a biological mechanism or abiotic mechanism that can produce all these combination of gases together. And the way we want to look at it is, it's not just enough to detect these gases. We also want to know at what levels these gases are being emitted from the surface of a planet, so that it is consistent with biology. And so if you ask me what are the biosignature gases, I would say for the present Earth, it would be oxygen, methane combination and ozone combination, because they should not be existing together. But that's just not enough. We need to also find at what levels they are being emitted. And if you were asking for Earth past history, you would look for carbon dioxide, methane, and so on for biosignature gases.
So there is no one single instance where we could say that's life. Rather, we need a profile and we need to look for disequilibriums and things like that. But it is in principle possible to come to a conclusion based on the observations of an exoplanet atmosphere that there is a biosphere there. So the profile would give us a reasonable way to conclude that's the case then, right?
Right. The context is important. Even if we discover these gases, we need to understand the environmental context this planet exists around the star. We need to know more about the star. We need to know about the planet size, mass, and what star's environment, radiation environment this planet exists. And then if we find these gases, these are all circumstantial evidence to build up our case and build confidence in our detection that, oh, yes, this planet looks like very likely a habitable planet, an inhabited planet, not just habitable. There's a difference.
Or as it were, was inhabited.
Yes, yes.
Now, what of planetary size? So we talk about things like mini Neptunes and super Earths and things like that, which I know that you study. Is there an upper limit for a terrestrial planet to support life? In other words, can an exoplanet be too large for life?
There comes a point where there would be, as the planet size grows, it becomes extremely high pressure environment. And from our understanding of how life behaves, extreme pressures and extreme conditions may not be conducive to the kind of life that we are looking for. Of course, people then will point to, how about hydrothermal vents? There are toxic environments and hot situations, right? Well, how do we know about hydrothermal environments? Because we actually went there and we started looking. We physically went there. We were able to go there. We had that luxury. But for exoplanets, we don't have that luxury to go there and then dig someplace and then find extreme environment situations. So we have to look only for those kind of environments where we think life could exist. And then someone can say, okay, then you might be missing many possible locations for life. That's true. We will never be able to find all possible regions and conditions where life could exist. And the first kind of life we might be able to detect are those conditions where it's more easier for life to sustain than in the extreme conditions.
Now, back to a point on water. So we have an indicator with our own star system of liquid water off Earth. For example, it seems very compelling at this point that Mars was once a very wet world. And possibly even Venus. It's been suggested that it had its period of oceans as well. So here we have terrestrial planets that have water or had water on them. Then we have the maddening part. Many, many suspected ice shell moons. And unfortunately, the ice shell moons of the universe are probably outside of our reach as far as being able to observe and learn much about, other than maybe if exomoons exist or not. But this star system really has a lot of water, suggesting that planetary bodies with water, both in the form of terrestrial planets and ice shell moons, it just must be so common out there that it's unbelievable. Wouldn't you concur on that?
Definitely that water is quite common, either on the surface or under the surface of the planets. Yes, that seems to be the case within our solar system at least.
Do you think it can go the opposite direction and have too much water on an exoplanet? In other words, it could have an oceanic biosphere, but no land, therefore probably no technological civilizations or prospects for it. Do you think that could be a great filter, an answer to the great silence, is that most exoplanets have too much water?
So I wouldn't go that far, just because that we don't know under what conditions life could develop and under what conditions technology could develop either. Okay, there might be things that are available to them that we may not have, and they might be even more conducive to life to exist. So I wouldn't dismiss right away if there is an ocean planet with lots of water. That would be a good habitable location. And the only way to find out if it is inhabited is to actually see if there are any atmospheric signatures through remote observations.
Now, looking for a little bit more than microbial life, let's move up to the level of plants. What is your view on the possibility of looking for things like the vegetative red edge? Do you think that we could ever establish reasonably that there's more than just microbes on an exoplanet?
I would really hope so. I think it's certainly possible because each star has its own radiation environment. And so some environments are more favorable for plant kind of life, advanced life. There was even a paper by my colleague Nancy Kiang at think about 10, 15 years ago, where she discussed about what kind of colors plants could have around different kinds of planets, around different kinds of stars. So for example, around cool stars, plants may look black because cool stars don't emit as much light as our sun does. And so plants have to absorb any radiation, any light that comes from the host star. And so they have to be black because black absorbs most of the radiation anyway. And so plants might be, black in those on those planets.
Please, really, the imagination runs wild imagining a sort of grayscale world of white volcanic rock interspersed with black planets.
Right.
Very, very unearthly. Now, technosignatures, moving back up further. We look for technosignatures via radio signals mostly, ever since Cocconi and Morrison's paper and Frank Drake. And we haven't seen anything yet. What is your response to that? I mean, do you think that we just haven't looked enough to say that we really know anything? Or do you think we've looked enough to say that maybe intelligent life in the universe is rare?
I'm so glad you asked this question. Because I have some opinions about this. First of all, radio's search for technosignatures is one aspect of the whole field of technosignatures, right? And it was the first one that started a few decades ago. And it's still going on. It's a very strong search. It's also unambiguous detection of technology. We don't know of any natural process where we could have a radio emission coming from a natural process other than a technological civilization. So that's one thing that's been going on. There are other ways to look for other things we can look for at technosignatures. We can think about that. We can talk about it later. The fact that we haven't found them yet, I think it's more related to a time question and also what we are searching for. I'll give you an example. If you go to New York and then stand near a bus stand and stay there for 2 seconds and come back and tell me that, hey, okay, I stood there for 2 seconds and then there was no bus, so New York doesn't have any buses at all. Okay, that's because you haven't waited long enough. And that's probably one of the things that I think is why we weren't able to find any yet radio communication signals or radio contact with civilizations. But that also assumes we can recognize a bus, which means we are assuming that we are so intelligent that we will be able to recognize any kind of radio emission coming from space. That's also one assumption, right? There are other ways for us to even look for technosignatures. We don't have to wait for the technologically advanced civilizations to send signal to us. Imagine this. Right now, we are building telescopes to look for atmospheric technosignatures, pollution on the planets, or city lights on planets. Then this is actually a research work going on. We published papers on this. And we are trying to see how future telescopes can look for these city lights, look for pollution. If we can think about those kind of things, I'm sure any advanced civilization have already done that. And so they don't have to wait for our radio communications to reach them. They'll just build a telescope and look at us. And same thing we can do too. And so the reason why your question about why we haven't found any is one, probably because we haven't looked long enough. Two, we are just about to start looking for other kinds of technosignatures, so we need some more time for that. And three, it assumes that we can recognize a technosignature when we see one.
Now, I love that sentiment that maybe you have to wait longer than 5 minutes for the bus. In regards to profiles, again, maybe that's the approach we need, is a multi-pronged search for more technosignatures than just radio and do it for a longer duration. Do you think that it's likely that had we gotten a signal, we may very well have missed it before now? And what would an ideal search for technosignatures as a profile be in your view?
I think it should be if you want to detect a techno-signature, we should be looking at all wavelengths, at the whole spectrum of techno-signatures. We should look for anomalies, not just the ideas we have. Yes, of course, some of the things I mentioned about pollution, city lights, radio signals, even laser pulse emissions. We were looking. These are all the things that we can think of that a potential civilization could do, because that's what we are thinking that we could do, right? But then there could be also things that we do not know, the unknown unknowns. Those are called anomalies. And so this is always when I talk with my colleagues, I say that we should not only look for the things we know, we should also look for things that don't fit into the data, that look different, that they look anomalous in the data, and try to investigate those things. That is the only way we will find new science. That's the only way we can probably find fundamental discoveries.
I think the delightful thing here is that we are starting to see such anomalies. Examples would be KICA 462852 or Shabilsky's star, just objects that just hint that maybe there's something there, but maybe there's also, of course, you have to exhaust all of the natural explanations first to get there, and we haven't been able to do that. But we are starting to see anomalies, and I think that with the instrumentation that's coming online, especially with things like the Vera Rubin Observatory coming, I think we're going to see a lot of those. Do you anticipate that we are entering a great age of anomalies where we're going to be talking about aliens a lot more than we used to?
I think we are already there, because any new great observatory, when it goes up, when it opens its eye, we always find new phenomena. It happened with Hubble, it happened with Spitzer, it happened with every telescope that's out there. Whenever there was X-ray missions or radio telescopes. So I'm sure it's going to happen with any new technology or any new telescope when it opens up.
Now, one such anomaly that we saw happened way back in 1977, the WOW signal. And the vexing thing about the WOW signal is that it looked technological, and it looked like what you would expect. It was at the hydrogen line for an alien signal, or at least as we thought of it then, that might be a convenient place to broadcast if you want to get the attention of others. Yet, we only ever saw it once. It hasn't repeated since, and recently it was even looked at in a very targeted way towards a sun-like star that had been identified as maybe the source of it, or had been suggested anyway. So they did a targeted search. So once again, we look for the WOW signal and we see nothing. Do you think the concept of a self-contained, self-confirming radio signal in SETI is possible? In other words, can you make a single one-off radio transmission look so weird and so unambiguous that you couldn't mistake it for anything else, even if you only saw it once, meaning it's a transient, you only see it once? Could we possibly confirm that with a weird enough signal?
I would be hesitant with just one-off signal, because nature is clever. Okay, nature has many, many ways of making things happen. And just because we have eliminated all our own understanding of natural phenomena doesn't mean that nature doesn't produce that. And so if we have a one-off phenomena, and if we are quite confident on it, I would not rush and claim that this is certainly coming from a non-natural sources. I would phrase it in a way that, we looked at it and we have eliminated all natural generation phenomena for this kind of event that we have detected. And that's where I would stop. I would not go further than that, saying that it could be coming from whatever. I would say we have eliminated all the natural sources that we could think about, and that's about that.
But that's something. It's a step in the right direction.
Yes.
Now, say we did get a repeating signal, something that we can really take a good look at and determine that it is of alien origin. Well, there's that question answered, but naturally people are going to ask, well, what's the signal say? And to this, I usually respond, well, I don't know, it may be like radar and there may be nothing there, no information content. Do you think if we got a complex alien signal that repeated, that we could nail down to an alien civilization, do you think we could ever decode the transmission, or is that forever out of our reach?
I think it's probably it's probably possible that we may never be able to decode it. But I think given enough time and enough minds, we are a clever species. We are here with an advanced technology. We might at least make headway into answering at least a part of that puzzle that they've from that signal. We may not be entirely able to solve it, but then if it's a repeating phenomena, we are good at repeating, looking at patterns. So I think there's a good chance we may be able to decode it.
Now, speaking of patterns, we'll get into that in a bit regarding the UAP phenomena, because I have some questions about patterns in that stuff. But before we get there, if we get a signal from a distance, we see an alien civilization and we look at it and say it's 10 light years away, does that tell us something about the distribution of civilizations in the galaxy? Meaning that if there's one that close, then there are probably a whole lot of them out there, right?
Absolutely. I think I'll be stunned if we find something nearby and we have missed it all these years. But that also assumes, like I said before, we would be able to detect something, and we know all sorts of signals that the civilization might be emitting, and we are able to recognize those kind of signals. And so I would be quite happy and also quite surprised if we find anything nearby, an advanced civilization nearby.
Now, do you think the question of are we alone can be answered within a reasonable amount of time, our lifetimes, for example, that maybe the abiogenesis researchers will find that abiogenesis was easier than we thought or something like that. Therefore, life must be ubiquitous in the universe. Or we see another exoplanet, a habitable, within the habitable zone of a star, we see an exoplanet that's showing biosignatures. Does that tell us, does the very first confirmation of extraterrestrial life, not of an origin on Earth, does that tell us immediately that the universe teems with life and that it is everywhere, no matter how far distant the detection is?
I think that's a good sign because, and I believe that, at least from my perspective, that is a really good indicator that we would be able to find more sites for this biogenesis on other planets, even if we discover one of them, and that's a good sign.
What do you think about the funding? Do you think the detection of a candidate biosphere on an exoplanet will cause researchers and funding to just dramatically increase, thus increasing our chances of finding a third example?
So more than funding, I would say the amount of interest from everyone, even from my mom, for example, or from anyone or relative, would be tremendous. I mean, imagine, this is one of the most fundamental discoveries in humans, in our history of humans. Who wouldn't be interested in this? Like, you found life on a world that is not on Earth, that's from another planet. And so there would be tremendous interest in this. And I would think that eventually that interest will promote more and more investigations and more and more interest hopefully from our leaders.
Do you think the detection of alien life in whatever form would serve to unite the species? In other words, we suddenly become the humans from Earth as opposed to nation states and things like that. Do you think that the discovery of alien life would have a positive effect on human civilization?
I think it will certainly give a perspective on us that, okay, look, we are all from Earth. We are all in this together. We found, when we say we, the humans on Earth found life on other world. So we can, and that means that we are able to have that kind of technology. If we can come together, we can make even more fundamental discoveries. And so I think that would be a great and profound discovery from all perspectives, even for general public, to have that when we find life on other planets.
I think the best case scenario, what would really, I could die very happy, is if we saw some mega engineering project like a Niven ring or something like that out there that aliens have constructed, because it means that you don't automatically go extinct and you can produce amazing planetary scale technologies. And to me, that would suggest, maybe we can really have a positive future and build something like that someday. Do you have a similar sort of feeling regarding that?
Yes, when we see another advanced technology, a civilization, or when we discover one, that gives confidence, that gives some sort of comfort for us that, okay, we can survive our own immaturity or our evolution into a new technological civilization. And that confidence is really, really important, because we will have that kind of a surety that we can be part of several technological civilizations out there, and we can survive our own misfortunes.
Now, say we find it. We get a radio signal, and it turns out to be somebody radaring asteroids in their star system or something like that. They have their own Arecibo telescope, which we unfortunately no longer do. So we see that. Do we practice METI and try to contact them, in your view?
I don't think it matters, and I'll give you the reason why, even if we contact them or not. If they have a technology to send radio communications to Earth, I think that's what you're asking, which means that they know where Earth is located, which means they probably had or have similar kind of Earth level technology, because we also have radio communication here, right? Well, if they have similar kind of technology, they must have built telescopes to look at our planet already, so they know where we exist here. They know that Earth has biological life. They will also know that Earth has technological life. So whether we do METI or not becomes irrelevant at that point, because they already know. Probably that's one of the reasons why they sent the signal in the first place, because they found using their telescopes that there is a habitable planet with biology and technology. Oh, let's try to send a radio communication to them. This is what we would do, right? And that's what they would do too. So at that point, METI, whether we do or not, becomes irrelevant, in my opinion.
That's an interesting thought, because say we found a biosphere in an exoplanet that just says there's some life there.
Mm-hmm.
Would we immediately respond by asking ourselves the question globally, should we start beaming a regular radio signal towards it? If there isn't a civilization there, it doesn't matter, because we may not be able to know. But should we engage in things like that? When we find exoplanets, should we just start beaming a hello signal and maintaining it?
I think from my perspective, it wouldn't hurt. If we find only biology on that planet, and if we are sending radio signals, first of all, that's fine. From my perspective, it doesn't matter. And if there is a technological civilization, we find one, and if we were able to discover a technological civilization on an exoplanet, again, if we do METI, the sending signals or not is irrelevant, because if they have a technology, they must have already found us. It's like, I'll give you an example. It's like a small kid trying to hide by closing their eyes, thinking that they are hiding. It's not going to happen, right? So it's just we are already discovered.
I think the ultimate irony would be as if we did METI and then we get a signal back essentially telling us to be quiet. They're trying to do radio astronomy. And chances. Okay, so the galaxy is big, 100,000 light years across. So when we do SETI, are we necessarily confined to the close? Meaning that if there's a civilization, a super civilization across the galaxy, halfway across it, it's just simply too far unless we have a radio telescope the size of Chicago to ever have any hope of detecting. So are we constrained in what we can look for as far as technosignatures? Do we necessarily have to look close, or is there a chance that we could see something far away?
So with radio communications, we can scan much larger part of the galaxy than with any other kind of technosignature searches, just because radio communications can travel much further out into the galaxy. So from that point of view, yes, we can potentially look at larger distances with radio. But if we are using telescopes, normal, optical telescopes, the ones that we use, we might be able to look only within our solar neighborhood, within like few tens of light years around the sun, for habitable and inhabited planets.
Now, moving closer to home, we saw a very strange object, Oumuamua. And it was suggested, it was tossed out there that perhaps this thing might have been a piece of alien technology. I personally believe that it was a weird rock. I'm not ready to go alien yet, but I appreciate that the idea was just unabashedly tossed out there. What is your thoughts on that object? Do you think that by searching interstellar objects and that the fact that the very first one we saw was weird is it bodes well for searching for technosignatures within the solar system, alien flotsam flying through the solar system.
So I'm glad you asked this question, because just last week I was at a conference. I organized a conference called Exoplanets in Our Backyard. And then one of the speakers, Steve Desch from Arizona State University, presented his work on the interstellar object Oumuamua. And Steve presented a really nice summary of the current status on the Oumuamua. And it's from my perspective as a scientist, it's pretty convincing result that is very likely a piece of a Pluto-like planet from another star system based on the evidence that they have. But that gives us the whole process of Oumuamua and its discovery and the corresponding, controversy, or it shows us the scientific process of something that is anomalous. So this is how a scientific process works when you're trying to solve an anomaly. Collect more data, provide your hypothesis, rule out your hypothesis if the data is not supporting it, and then focus on the things that are the hypothesis is supporting. And this is where we are right now with Oumuamua. It's a classic scientific process in action for this particular event.
Oh, absolutely. I've been watching the paper since its discovery, and it's just been amazing to watch the scientific process work, because there just were so many different hypotheses put out there, hydrogen icebergs and all this sort of thing. Here's my question about the whole thing is that, okay, so we start doing all-sky surveys with the LSST. We should see a population of Oumuamuas. We should see like objects. Do you think this becomes a wow signal if we don't?
That is an interesting idea. That is certainly the case. But then wow signal, we didn't have enough data for that. In Oumuamua case as well, we didn't have enough data. But then we have a little bit more than enough data to kind of conclude that, at least to reach a consensus, I would say, that it is most likely a natural part of it's a piece of a planet or an asteroid that came from another star system. With the wow signal, we just didn't have that kind of enough data to make even a prediction where it came from.
Like lack of data. Now, we're getting better at data collection, however, and with these all-sky surveys and everything, we can begin to look for technosignatures in the solar system. Do you think that that's a viable place to look? Do you think it's that just as likely that there might be something out in the solar system, a von Neumann probe or something, versus a distant radio signal? Do you think that the radio signals are the better chance, or any other distant technosignature, or do we stand a really good chance maybe of finding something in our own star system?
So there is actually within the technosignature subfield, the study of solar system technosignatures. We even wrote a white paper recently on looking for technosignatures within our solar system, led by my colleague Jacob Haqq-Misra. And to see which one is likely, I would probably look for both. And I think we have more in terms of telescope and time and resource investment in the radio kind of technosignatures, because that has been more popular and has been going on for several decades. I am not entirely sure if we have the same kind of resources and time we have put in to look for probes within our solar system. And so to answer directly your question, if you ask me right now, which one has a more likely chance, I would probably say, because of the kind of investment in resources, radio signatures compared to the solar system probe searches. But if we put more efforts in looking for solar system probes, we might be able to increase that likelihood.
Now, if you have a probe in the solar system of alien origin, say a scenario, for example, a passing star system. In the past, they came close and they were like, well, that is an interesting exoplanet with life on it. We'll station a probe here, a self-repairing probe that can just sit here and monitor them indefinitely. And that solves the problem of distance, because the sun does pass by other star systems. So maybe more has been made of the distance problem than is actually there. In other words, people have always said there can't be an alien presence in the solar system because of the distances are just too great. Do you think that really is not quite the case?
There are proposals, at least for within the solar neighborhood, There are proposals for how we can, how technological civilizations can potentially develop technology that could cross between the interstellar space. So if depending on the level of technology that we can think about, I think at least for the nearby stars, given enough time, there is certainly a possibility that we could cross the distances between them. And imagine, the reason why I'm saying this is because 100 years ago, if you ask someone, I think there was even an article somewhere I read, if you ask what is the most advanced technology at the time, and you would say, that would be some kind of horse carts with faster, or maybe multiple horses, or you could have some sort of wings to your buggies or something. So those kind of technologies that we can imagine right now. So the imagination of higher level traveling technology changes with every generation. So right now we think about how to cross the interstellar spaces based on the kind of technology we have. I'm sure if you ask the same question 100 years from now, and if you're having this interview then, I would say that they might say, oh yeah, it's certainly possible.
So in other words, we have a paradigm in which we think, but in the past, every human that's ever lived had a paradigm, and up until now, they ended up generally being wrong. And there was more to the story than what they had thought.
Right. We are limited by the imagination of that time.
So let's say if it's a possibility to look for technosignatures within the solar system, chances are if they're in the solar system, they're here, as in our atmosphere with us. But there's always been, at least to my eyes, a bias against the study of UAP or the UFO phenomenon, whatever you want to call it, a bias against science actually looking into that. And you had mentioned in a recent talk a paper by Dr. James McDonald from 1969. Now, I read this paper, and that paper, to me, could have been written yesterday because it still seems to reflect the taboo on mentioning the word UFO. Do you think that it's time that we got rid of that taboo and we took a serious scientific look and inquiry into the UFO phenomenon?
Yes. I think, first of all, I'm a proponent of a scientific approach to this issue. And any unknown phenomena needs to be approached with a scientific process. So there is absolutely no question that we should do it a scientific methodology for this to understand this phenomenon.
Now, where does it start? Where do we start in a scientific probe of UAP? If you were designing an instrument to look into these aerial phenomena, where would you start? I mean, what sort of data set do you want?
I would not do anything different than what I would be doing already, depending on my skill set. If I'm an engineer, I know, and if I have a colleague who is a scientist, what I would do is I will first collect a multidisciplinary team of scientists who would be able to look at this phenomena. So we need to look at all optical and all spectral bands in optical, infrared spectra, and so on. We need to have meteorologists because these are happening within our atmosphere. We need to have engineers. We need to have aerospace experts. And we need to have scientists and physicists who would be able to understand and analyze the data. And we need data analysis people. We need to first collect data before we do the analysis.
Do you think that the accounts that people report of UAP give a starting point? Do they tell you, can you look for patterns, and can you determine if there's any particular points on Earth that is where you need to look?
I don't know enough about that to say anything, just because I don't know where these phenomena exactly are happening. But I would say that would be a good starting point. But that would not be an evidence of anything, but that would be a good starting point to start a scientific investigation.
Now, Dr. McDonald, who's been gone for many decades, suffered heavily for his interest in UAP and was basically publicly discredited and berated from several points, including a senator and a very prominent skeptic. And as a scientist reading Dr. McDonald's paper, what do you think of his work? Do you find that paper a compelling reason, as he was trying to present, for scientists to look into UAP? And there will be a link to this paper in the description below so everybody can read it.
I absolutely think that everybody who is interested in understanding scientific phenomena, scientific process of understanding the UAP phenomena should read Dr. McDonald's Science in Default. When I first read that, I thought I felt like I was reading a technical document, a scientific technical document, because this is how we write our papers. So when that paper provided a template for me at least to see, okay, if someone is doing a scientific investigation of UAP, these are the kind of things that one should follow. These are the things that one should do based on this Science in Default document.
What I found interesting about that particular paper was the cases he detailed weren't just multiple cases of visual sightings. There was radar. And that means that whatever this is, it interacts electromagnetically with the electromagnetic spectrum, which means that it should be measurable, right? So there's something here that we can sink our teeth into, and we have a good chance of actually collecting actionable data on it. Can you make the case to other scientists that we have that with this?
So when I talk with my colleagues about this phenomena, I mentioned that some of these things have been recorded on multiple instruments, and also by the people the pilots who have been doing these kind of measurements for a while now, because that's what kind of instruments they use for their flying experience, right, or for their training. I think this is the right way to. When I also tell my colleagues that when you are in doubt, when you have a question about something, go directly to the source, so that you will get the most accurate information to at least make some sort of a judgment, a wise judgment that, okay, there is something over there. And so that is how I started with. I went directly to the sources, the pilots, a good friend of mine, Ryan Graves, and we talked about it. And then, then I started reading Dr. McDonald's papers. And that's when I thought there is definitely a scientific investigation needed here to understand this phenomenon.
Now, do we run a danger of putting our own human biases on the phenomenon? In other words, is it possible that since we're seeing something, that it might actually be outside of our paradigm? And what I'm getting at here is the work of another astronomer, J. Allen Hynek, and also information scientist, Dr. Jacques Vallée, that maybe what we're seeing is weirder than aliens, and that maybe we should be open to the possibility that there's areas of science that we know we don't understand, and that maybe this phenomenon might be related to that as opposed to proper aliens. Do you think that we need to be open to that? Or can we say, no, there's something here, but it's more likely to be aliens, which is ultimately what McDonald concluded, was that the alien hypothesis was the least worst one. Could we end up in that boat and actually have data on UAP and still not know what they are?
It is quite possible, but I would first focus on collecting the data before we go into any sort of speculative hypothesis, because this is how I'm trained as a scientist, right? So before I could make any kind of opinion, I want to know, am I being fooled by the data? Am I collecting the whole data? Am I getting the whole picture of the phenomena? And so once I have the data in my hand, not when I say my hand, in the scientist's hand, then I would be able to make some sort of a guidance or judgment regarding which way or which hypothesis is being favored more after I've done the analysis.
Now, what is your opinion on Ryan Graves' citing his report? Now, I personally believe him, and I also believe David Fravor and the pilots from the Nimitz and all that. When the pilots are telling me something, I tend to take note because they're trained observers, but a lot of times, at least the Navy says, they have multiple instrument data on it. They just can't show it to us for national security purposes. So this, to me, points that we have an eminently good chance of trying to identify the UAP phenomenon. Are you convinced, and I'll ask this point blank, are you convinced that UAP exist?
I think that's no longer a question.
I have to agree there. I can't ignore it anymore. I can't ignore the option.
We have moved beyond that point.
Yeah, we are. And we have governments saying that there's something to it. The question is what worries me is if we can't pin it on aliens.
So I wouldn't bring up aliens now with the UAPs only because we don't know what they are.
They are unidentified by their very nature. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. But say they are. Is that a little bit of a different situation than detecting a distant radio signal that you finally find out there is an alien civilization more advanced than you are sitting in your atmosphere with you? Does that keep you up at night? Because it does me.
I think if we find, so I'm going to talk this from the techno-signature standpoint. If we find because we always look for, this is an active research problem in the techno-signature field, to look for probes within our solar system, look for probes from other civilizations. We are already looking for it. So for me, it will not be an entirely a surprising thing, but here is where I would differ. Not a surprising thing, but would be a completely what would call. That's when I would probably jump up and be happy.
I would be like the guy from the Twilight Zone episode, To Serve Man, running around yelling it's a cookbook. I admit it. But just the possibility, though, is very intriguing. Now, how did you come into contact with Mr. Graves?
So this was last year. I think I was invited to give a talk on UAP phenomena at American Institute, AIAA, and they were having an aviation forum in August, I believe. And I was asked to give a talk over there, and then Ryan was one of. They also asked Ryan at that point, and then that's how we met first time.
Now, free fall, and that's something that you presented at, I believe, the AIAA. The behavior of some of the observed objects and free fall. Give us an overview of that point that you made.
So I just derived some equations and tried to estimate the amount of free fall time that an object would take within the Earth's gravitational field, and try to compare that with the reported observations of some of these UAP objects that they have observed, pilots have observed, at least the reported ones, and try to compare. And my point was to say that, okay, if we use the known, whatever we know about the free fall of an object within the Earth's atmosphere, using the drag equations, using the Earth's gravitational field, how much time would it take for the object to fall from certain height to the sea level or something? And then try to compare that time scale with the amount of time that these reported objects were performing. And that didn't seem to be consistent. And that's what I reported in that it's publicly available. So you can see that talk.
Now, the breaking the laws of physics is something that a lot of UAP sightings seem to be doing. But I wonder about something here. Phenomena of light, spoofing, something that's not there. Light can appear to break the laws of physics. It's, just like a light beam, passing by. It can do it. It can actually break the speed of light, but that's because it isn't physically really there. It's just sort of a moving boundary. So my question is might we be seeing spoofing of some sort based on light, and this is all some experiment by another nation state?
It is completely possible, and it is completely possible for some phenomena, but to use that reasoning for every UAP phenomena, that would be a stretch of imagination, I would say.
Do you anticipate that as we gather data on UAP, and there are a number of projects doing this, including NASA and the Galileo Project and the federal government, the Pentagon, with all of these collections of data, is it very likely you think that we're going to find a mixed bag of explanations or lack of explanations thereof?
I think at this point, at least I'll be happy that at least we have a bag, because there wasn't even a bag before, right? And so now we have at least data. When you say a mixed bag, it's a mixed bag of collection of data points, and that's good. Even if we can't figure it out immediately, we have some good algorithms like machine learning algorithms, AI. For example, we can use them to understand this data better. So at least I'm happy that there's going to be a bag of things.
That's something that we didn't have before, is all of the AI and machine learning and everything else that we have that we can look at data sets with. In other words, we don't have to look at thousands of pictures of bugs and birds to spot the UAP. And we can actually reduce this down to a workable data set, do you think that's actually been a factor in the reluctance of science to look into the UAP phenomena? Because how you have to collect data, physical data beyond personal accounts, at one time may have just been too hard. So it's just too hard to look at the sky for a long enough period to see anything.
That's right. So witness accounts can be good for law and order, but not for science, right? So we need actual hard collecting data. And so right now we have more tools, we have more techniques, analysis techniques. We use these machine learning algorithms in our own science everyday work as well. And so I'm quite encouraged that we now have the capability to do this kind of analysis and have the data collection methods.
Do you think before this point it would have been basically impossible, though, to study UAP in a way that we could actually write scientific papers and publish them in respectable journals? Do you think that we just, up until this point, did not have that capability?
I wouldn't say would be impossible. I would just say that we are now paying more attention to it. Then more minds, more ideas, more analysis. That's why we are here right now.
Now, the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, I believe, the AIAA, is something you are involved in and looking into a probe in itself. What does that look like?
So I can talk about only the community of interest, and I would also recommend you to talk with Ryan at some point, because he's the chair of this committee. Perhaps you already did. My involvement with the AIAA UAP study is I'm a co-chair. I'm the co-chair for this community. It's called Community of Interest, where we have, after my presentation last year at the Aviation Forum, a couple of us together with the help of Ed Stanton from AIA and Nijo Bram from AIA, we formed together a group of people, a community, to start providing how to bring together several people from different aviation disciplines to look at this UAP phenomena. The focus is more on the safety, aviation safety, and since last 1 year we have grown to several tens of members here. An accurate number you can obtain from Ryan. Actually, that's where we stand.
Have you looked into the other case that's floating around, the Nimitz case with David Fravor and all that? And do you think that I mean, does that give us some sort of a starting point? In other words, do we need to go near U.S. carrier groups or something like that to look for UAP?
So we can do things even beyond that right now, even here with some sort of from different discipline scientists. So like the Galileo Project is doing right now, right? They've collected a group of scientists. So that is one possible way we could look for these UFO phenomena and collect the data, not just necessarily from the naval side.
This is something else that I find odd. So if you have an alien civilization in your atmosphere with you, that must mean necessarily, right, that there are alien civilizations everywhere. Yet we look out and we see the Fermi Paradox, we see the Great Silence, we see nothing. So is it at odds that we would be seeing something here but not out there?
So you're asking if we see something here, and well, that assumes that we know how to recognize an alien technology everywhere, right?
Right.
So remember what I was mentioning, that anomalous signatures is what we want to look for. There are things that we can look for that we know. From, at least for the exoplanet perspective, we know what techno-signatures we can look for, but that doesn't mean that we can recognize many of these techno-signatures. The same reason can be applied for looking for alien signals, or at least the techno-signatures within our solar system. We need to look for anomalies. If something doesn't fit the data we collected and doesn't fit the worldview that we have, we should pay more attention and collect more data before we reach any foundational conclusions.
Now, when looking into the universe with SETI, do you think that we have biases? In other words, we tend to look at star systems, sun-like star systems, but maybe that's not where aliens stay. Maybe they go and exist near, high energy environments like a black hole or something like that. should we step back and take a broader view of SETI and maybe look in places where we might not have thought to look before, or we had said, no, that's not likely? But should we take a look at those places? Should we be very thorough in our search?
I think this is a really great question, because many of the great discoveries, some of the great discoveries have happened not because people were looking for them, because people were doing something else and they found something else, something more profound. One of the most famous examples is exoplanets themselves. The first exoplanet that was discovered, at least the confirmed one, a very robust detection, was around pulsar planets around dead stars. They were not even looking for planets. They were doing pulsar observations, and they just happened to find these planets around them. And so when you ask, okay, do we want to expand looking for techno-signatures or to find kind of life on other worlds? We are already doing that. We are looking almost everywhere. Of course, blind spots. For example, if someone says, oh, wow, there are hot Jupiters, very hot planets very close to the stars, or, hot planets. And we think, oh, how come life could exist on those kind of unusual environments? Or if we see a dead planet like Mars, for example, how can there be a techno-signature over there? Well, there is a techno-signature on Mars right now. And there is an alien spacecraft on there too. That's ours, right? We sent rovers over there. So within our solar system, there are a lot of techno-signatures. And so if someone is looking at our solar system, they would be able to find these techno-signatures if they have the capability and have the detection sensitivity. So while we are looking at usual places for discovering alien civilizations, we should also keep an open eye on unusual locations where we don't usually think there could be signs of life on them. That's why I keep talking about anomalies. Please keep an eye on anomalies, because that's where I think we would find more interesting discoveries.
Anomalous atmospheres. So say you have a Mars-like planet that you're able to observe in another star system. And that Mars-like planet, you have a reasonably good idea how old it is. Say it's 4.5 billion years old. And yet it has an atmosphere it shouldn't. It's got a thick atmosphere that it shouldn't have been able to hold on to. Have we really started to ponder over those kinds of technosignatures where you actually see anomalous planets in and of themselves showing no biosignatures or technosignatures per se, but just very weird circumstances that they shouldn't be in?
This is a great question, because this is a line of work that several of my colleagues are actually undertaking right now, because this is related to terraforming kind of technosignatures, right? So if you see two planets in a system that have very similar atmospheres, that is a kind of a suspicious thing, because having two planets having very, very similar evolution would raise red flags. It could possibly, with natural evolution, could have done that. But it is also possible that there's some sort of a terraforming. This is called the terraforming of planets, right? It's not natural. It's something else has happened to it. So yeah, if you have a planet with a dense atmosphere where it shouldn't be having, or having an atmosphere it shouldn't be having, that is certainly a suspect planet for a technosignature. That's one possibility, though. So we have to keep that in mind.
I think what would be really interesting is if we saw such a thing, an impossible planet like that. We didn't just see one; we saw a cluster, all nearby each other in nearby star systems, and that would bolster the case, right? That you're looking at a spacefaring civilization that's altering planets.
Actually, that's quite possible, by the way. And so we have several publications on that. At least we were thinking about it to see what kind of planets can civilizations could produce these kind of similar kind of technosignatures on adjacent planets.
I think that would probably be the most amazing thing, because that not only tells you that they exist, but that they're very advanced and that it is possible for us to terraform worlds. Although I guess we already know that we're doing a fairly decent job terraforming this one.
Yes.
All right, Doctor, that's it for today. And thanks for dropping by. And I hope we can have a conversation again in the future as data collection on UAP happens.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Event Horizon and my channel are now available as a podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and YouTube memberships. Early ad-free episodes, bonus episodes, and sleep-focused content. Sign up now by clicking the links below to your platform of choice. Anna, why is the possum building a huge metal tower in the backyard?
He's going into a new technology, John.
Yeah, and what technology is that?
Shortwave radio.
Wait a minute, that's a new technology, shortwave radio?
No. But what you don't know is that's how alien civilizations communicate.
Yeah, wait a minute. He's handing me a script. He wants me to read something to the aliens.
I suggest doing so, John. The stakes may be higher than you think regarding the aliens.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening. Wait a second, this isn't my outro or my intro.
He finds it ironic and funny.
Yeah, alright. Well, let's do it proper. Thanks for listening. I am science fiction author and futurist John Michael Gautier, currently getting mocked by an opossum. And be sure to check out my books at your favorite online book retailer and subscribe to my channels for regular in-depth explorations into the interesting, weird, and unknown aspects of this amazing universe in which we live.
Did you do that from memory, John?
Indeed I did.
Who was she?
I can't say.